A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Just a few minutes ago, Mary answered the telephone in her New York hotel room in the theater district and heard the unwelcome voice of Victor, former chauffeur of wealthy Rupert Barlow. Rupert Barlow, who is deeply infatuated with Mary. And to her dismay, Mary heard...
I'd like to see you, Mrs. Noble. To talk to, that is, private-like.
That's out of the question, Victor. I have nothing to say to you.
Hold on a minute. You better think it over. I got some real important information. Something you might give a lot to know. If you turn me down, it's you that's losing out. Suit yourself. I'll be in the waiting room in Penn Station in half an hour, on the Pennsy side. You better be there if you want to help your husband in his murder trial. So long, Mrs. Noble.
And now, with the minutes ticking by, Mary, alone in her room, is wondering...
I wish I knew what I ought to do. Maybe Victor has something that would help Larry. Goodness knows he needs help right now. Suppose I hurried right over to the waiting room at the station and met him now. There's still time, and it might be important. Victor said he had some information.
Some real important information. If you want to help your husband, meet me in the waiting room on the Pennsy side. Meet me in the waiting room, half an hour. Meet me in half an hour.
The time is almost up. I'm still here. I wish Warden Marlowe hadn't been so insistent about my keeping away from Victor. I wish he hadn't left right away. She seemed so sure that this was just another
trick of some kind. Don't even think about meeting that man. Haven't you already had enough trouble without going out to meet him?
Maud is right. I know she is. And she wouldn't advise me to keep away if she didn't think it was the best thing to do. But suppose Victor has some information that might help Larry. Suppose he knows something about what really happened backstage the night Oliver Wilson was found hanging high in the wings. Suppose he could prove that Larry is innocent, that he had nothing to do with the murder. Even though Maud said...
You know the man isn't to be trusted, Mary. He's a liar and a cheat and an underworld character. That's why Rupert Barlow's kept him on the payroll all these years, just to carry out his wretched schemes.
But Rupert isn't working for Victor now. Rupert told me himself. He discharged him when he found out it was Victor who arranged to have those pictures of Rupert and me taken, and then sold them to the papers. Still, that doesn't make him any more reliable. If he'd do such a terrible thing and cause such trouble between Larry and me, it's not reasonable to suppose he'd do anything to help me now. I won't be foolish. I'll ignore the call entirely. Well, if only he hadn't said it.
If you want to help your husband, meet me in the waiting room in half an hour, the Pennsy side. You better think it over. Half an hour.
How can I know what's best? If I thought there was even a chance to help Larry, I wouldn't hesitate. That's the thing that keeps me torn to bits. I know that Victor isn't to be trusted. But at the same time, he was backstage on that awful night at the theater. He might know. And he might be willing to tell the truth for once. He said I was to meet him in half an hour.
Half an hour. If you want to help your husband, I'll be on the Pennsy side.
And as Mary agonizes over every passing second, we find Victor in the waiting room at the station. For nearly half an hour he's been watching the entrances as well as the clock with its slow progress around the dial. And his thoughts are angry as he smokes one cigarette after another.
Maybe she won't come here after all. I thought sure she would. I thought she'd fall for that angle about helping her husband. I'd bet dough on that. And here I am waiting, being stood up. First it's the boss. He makes me the goat so he can look good to Mrs. Noble. Then it's Claudia Vincent who won't string along and cut in on the shakedown I was planning. Now even this one's going to stand me up. And they can't do this to me, not by a long shot. I'm not going to take the short end of the stick anymore. Still, I I gotta take it easy. What I'm working on is pure dynamite. I gotta make sure it don't backfire and blow me up, too. But it's worth a chance if only that noble dame would show.
Special for Jacksonville and Miami, now loading on track 7. Orange Blossom Special for Jacksonville and Miami.
Sure. Everybody's going someplace except me. Not Victor. No chance of that. I'm stuck here in this waiting room. Every other year, the boss would be on his yacht and we'd be south someplace. Not since he's gone nuts about Mrs. Noble. Can't think about nothing else. It's got us all tied up in knots. And she isn't going to show. It's half an hour since I got here. I'll give her 5 more minutes. Now make it 10. Then I'll beat it.
Orange Blossom Special, track 7. All passengers for Orange Blossom Special for Jacksonville and Miami.
At this same time, we find Larry Noble in the visiting room in the New York City jail talking with his lawyer, Hubert Savage. And we hear...
I saw the piece about you and Mrs. Noble in the paper, in Marty Rufus' Broadway column.
Oh, sure. I guess most everybody must have seen it by now. Marty's got such a following.
I take it the man came here to get the interview.
He did, and I poured it on thick.
Good thing. That's the kind of publicity you need right now, Mr. Noble. The more of it you have, the better for your trial. It will do more than anything else to wipe out the rumor that you murdered young Wilson because you were jealous over his secret marriage to Claudia Vincent.
Well, I'm doing what I can to create an atmosphere of domestic solidarity, Mr. Savage. But I promise you it isn't easy. I consider the facts. How my wife has been running around with Rupert Barlow all the time I've been here. How she's lied to me repeatedly. Makes my blood boil.
Now, that won't help you, Mr. Noble. You can't let any of that talk get out. It would do your case tremendous harm.
All right. I've told you. I'll put on an act. Nobody will know what I really feel. Nobody except you and me, and Mary, and possibly Maud Marlowe. But she'd never talk. She's one of our most trusted friends. Why do I keep saying our? As if Mary and I were still the same. As if we could ever be close to one another again.
Mr. Noble, you may find that after your trial, if it works out as I hope it will, you'll feel differently about a good many things. Your own family may appear to you in different perspective. It may be that you can return to your Long Island home and take up your life as it was.
You've been taking my publicity literally, Mr. Savage. Don't be deceived by the glowing statements I give out about our happiness, our devotion. It isn't going to change the status. Mary knows that, and so do I. She's made her decision. She couldn't let a good thing like Rupert Barlow and his money and influence get away from her. She couldn't resist him. Well, at last I know the truth.
Back at the Penn Station waiting room, Victor is looking up at the clock again and thinking...
Yeah, I guess that's that. She isn't going to show after all. Me waiting around here more than half an hour. How do you like that? What kind of breaks am I getting these days, anyhow? Maybe she'll be sorry. Maybe I'd have given her a pretty good steer if she'd have listened.
2 o'clock train for Trenton, Philadelphia, Washington, now ready on track 4. Train for Trenton, Philadelphia, and Washington, now
That's
ready
all,
on
brother.
track 4.
I waited around here long enough. Too long, maybe. Still, she might have got stuck in traffic, or maybe just a couple more minutes.
But Mary is still in her hotel room. Her mind is still in a torment. As she seems to hear the second pounding bang.
Oh, it's no use just standing here, being torn from one decision to the other. I've got to make up my mind. Maybe it's too late. It's more than half an hour. It would take me a few minutes to get there, even if I got a taxi right away. Oh, I'd better give up. Better put Victor out of my mind, as Maud advised. But I can't help feeling that he might have important information. If I thought he would give me something to help Larry, I can't just let the chance slip by. Surely it would be perfectly safe to see what he has to say. Right there in the station waiting room with hundreds of people around. I can't let this chance go by. I've got to find out, no matter what anybody says. I'm going to hurry over there as fast as I can. Oh, if only I'm not too late. If only the elevator comes right away and I get a taxi. Maybe I can still get there in time. Oh, please hurry. Hurry. There isn't a minute to waste.
Mary steps into the elevator and disappears from view, and we wonder what will happen on this hurried trip. Well, be sure to be listening Monday to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
And now, our Miss Brooks. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, most of us spent Christmas Eve with our families and friends. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, wasn't quite so fortunate.
No, my family was too far away to visit, and it seems my friends had other plans. But I made up my mind not to brood about it, and was trimming a rather tiny tree in our living room when my landlady, Mrs. Davis, joined me.
What a nice tree, Connie.
It isn't really, Mrs. Davis, but it's the only one I could afford.
Oh, what did you pay for it?
I found it in a vacant lot. What I like about it is the size. It's not too big or too small. It's just too small.
I'd like to stay here and celebrate Christmas Eve with you, Connie, but I promised my sister Angela I'd come over to her place. You remember Angela, the absent-minded one?
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Davis.
She always got a big thrill out of the holidays, even when we were girls. Of course, the poor dear could never remember when it was actually Christmas, and one Christmas morning, she did the funniest thing.
What's that, Mrs. Davis?
What's what, dear?
What did Angela do?
Angela?
Your sister.
My sister?
The absent-minded one. What did she do?
I haven't spoken to Angela in some time. What has she been up to?
That's what I'd like to know. Maybe I can refresh your memory. Christmas morning, Angela did the funniest thing.
Christmas morning isn't until tomorrow, Connie. You must be confused.
Well, don't worry about it. I only get these spells once in a while.
Well, you shouldn't let it go, Connie. If you don't mind my offering a little advice, I'd like to suggest that you train your mind to concentrate more.
I'll do it, Mrs. Davis.
Now, I've developed a little scheme which works wonders for me. Supposing you have trouble remembering where you put things around the house. Well, you just keep repeating the location to yourself with a sort of rhythm. For example, I just chant to myself, the mustard's in the closet, the bread is in the box. The mustard's in the closet, the bread is in the box. The mustard's in the closet, the bread is in the box. Now, isn't that simple?
Oh.
Mustard's in the closet, bread.
That's wonderful, Mrs. Davis. If anybody wants a mustard sandwich, you're really ready.
Yes. Now, before I do anything else, I want to invite you to join me tonight.
Join you?
Yes, dear. I'm going over to
Angela's house?
That's right. She's so cute with that little absent mind of hers. Why, sometimes she forgets what she's talking about right in the middle of a sentence, and oh, dear me, I hope that cat's got enough milk.
Well, I'm sure if we, but then, maybe someday, or if it doesn't seem too, and that's why I can't join you tonight. Thanks anyway, Mrs. Davis. I'll just spend a quiet evening at home here.
But how about Mr. Boynton? Don't tell me he was too shy to ask you for a date on Christmas Eve.
Why do you think there's mistletoe on all four walls? No, Mr. Boynton asked me all right, but then he canceled yesterday. Said he's going upstate to visit his folks for a couple of days. But don't worry about me, Mrs. Davis. I'll have a gay time. I'll listen to the radio, read, and from this window I can see our neighbor's television antenna.
What about the little gifts you've got for Walter Denton and Mr. and Mrs. Conklin and Harriet? When are you going to deliver them?
Oh, they told me not to bother. They said we'd exchange on the 26th.
The 26th? But I don't think the day after Christmas is the time to exchange gifts.
You don't? You should see the department stores. What's that, Mrs. Davis?
It's Minerva. Where are you, dear?
Oh, she's over by the tree. Here, Rover. Minerva.
Isn't it the strangest thing how she bites at the pine needles? I guess the rosin in them appeals to her. I'd swear she likes the taste of it.
I guess to her it's like a Tom and Jerry, or rather a Minnie and Mickey. Come on, Minerva, come on over here. We might as well get friendly. We're going to spend the evening together.
Well, I'll be running along now, dear. I hope you won't feel too lonely.
Oh, I'll be fine, Mrs. Davis. After all, I do have an imagination. I'll hang my stocking up in a little while, and then when I'm pretending that I'm asleep, I'll sneak in and fill it. Oh, before you know it, it'll be midnight.
Midnight of Christmas Eve.
I can just picture it. A short, thin man in a black suit comes sliding down the chimney with an empty bag. St. Penniless, the schoolteacher Santa Claus.
Well, at least you're not bitter. Now, Connie, about my sister,
Angela?
Oh, thank you, dear. About my sister Angela.
Yes?
Good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Bernice. Oh, stop drinking those pine needles, Minerva. Come on over here. There's a good kitty. Now I'll just settle down in Mrs. Davis's rocker, and we'll have ourselves a nice, quiet rock. I've got to exercise more. My bones are rusting. Oh, it's the rocker. Kind of soothing at that. You seem contented enough, Minerva. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Oops, sorry, Minerva. I didn't mean to upset you, Minerva. Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy. Now, who can that be? Expecting anyone, Minerva? That's funny. There's nobody here.
I'm here.
Where? Oh, leaning on my knee. What can I do?
Well, I'm a salesman, but I don't believe in giving any sales talk or sob stories. All I do is tell you what I'm selling. And if you want to buy, okay. If not, okay.
Okay, what are you selling?
Well, it's Christmas Eve, and I'm just a small urchin, a little on the underprivileged side. And I'm trying to make a few dollars to get some wood to heat our tiny apartment so that while she's singing to my 3 sick sisters, my mother's lips don't turn blue.
That's what I like, no sob stories. You're selling handkerchiefs, I'll take 6.
So no, ma'am, I'm selling Christmas trees. They're only $1 a piece.
But I've already got a Christmas tree.
Then I'll make it 50 cents.
But I don't need
How about a quarter?
Look, little boy.
Well, payments can be arranged. Oh, please take one, ma'am. These aren't ordinary trees, you know. They're magic.
Magic?
Yes, ma'am. You'd be surprised what miracles will happen to you if you buy one.
Well, a quarter isn't too much to pay for a miracle.
It's 50 cents.
I thought you said 25.
That's when you sounded tougher to sell.
Oh. Well, before I melt down to my coal buttons and the stovepipe hat, here's 50 cents.
You won't be sorry, ma'am. Here's the little tree.
Say, it is kind of cute at that. Would you like to come in and help me set it up?
I can't. I've got to get right home. My sitter's been alone long enough.
Sitter? Well, what about your mother and the firewood?
Well, that's just a routine. My folks are attending a dinner the other bank presidents have given for Father.
With the pitch you've got, you'll have your own bank by the time you're 12.
Thanks a lot. And good night, lady, and Merry Christmas.
Same to you, you little underprivileged millionaire. I'll put this tree over here. Maybe we can find some extra trimmings for it in the morning. Minerva, will you stop gnawing on those pine needles? I wish I knew what made them so appetizing to her. Oh, fine. Now you come over here and let those things alone. There we are. Well, I guess I'm not the only one that's spending Christmas Eve alone without family or friends. But who can tell? Maybe Santa Claus has something up his big red sleeve that I don't even know about yet. Of course, I do have a squeaky rocker and Minerva. Jingle bells, and merry stuff like that. Oh, what fun it is to rock with a big, fat, drunken cat. As I sat in the living room Christmas Eve with Minerva the cat on my lap, I couldn't help noticing that the tree which I'd bought from that wealthy urchin had a rather peculiar luminosity. Although there wasn't any artificial illumination, it seemed to glow from deep down in its branches. As I rocked back and forth, I started to get very drowsy. Little boy said this tree was magic, Minerva. No, I don't believe it either. Still, it is Christmas Eve, and some very strange things have happened on Christmas Eve. What's that? Oh, I must have been dozing. Coming! Well, it's Walter Denton. Come in, Walter.
Noel, joyeux Noel.
Gracias. Come on into the living room, Walter.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. Here, I brought you this little gift to put under your tree.
Oh, that was very thoughtful, Walter. Put it under this tree over here.
Okay. Say, you've got two trees, haven't you?
Yes, one for Minerva and one for me.
What?
Don't pay any attention to her. She's pine needle happy.
Well, Miss Brooks, as you know, I was supposed to spend the evening nestled snugly in the tight little confines of my own small immediate family circle.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, come out of there. You're giving me claustrophobia.
But I went to my father and mother and crowed their permission to come over.
Wait a minute, Walter. You crove their permission to?
Yeah. Crave, craven, crove, isn't it?
Oh, Walter, of course not. Crave. Let's see. Crave, craven. After you crove their permission, what happened?
Well, they waived my presence for a long enough while for me to deliver to you, Miss Brooks, the little token of my esteem and affection, which is now ensconcing under the tree.
Walter, are you still in my English class?
Well, sure, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'd better bone up a little. One of us is going to flunk this term.
Well, it isn't just the gift, Miss Brooks. That's not the only thing that brought me wayfaring from the warmth and conviviality of my own heart.
Oh, please don't start that again. I'm glad you dropped over, Walter. And if you want to spend the rest of the evening with your folks,
there's no rush with them. They've got my present under our tree already. Now, what I'd like to say, Miss Brooks, though, is something I've wanted to say for a long while.
Yes, Walter?
Now, it's a little on the sentimental side, perhaps, for a so-called hep high school boy to be telling a teacher, but it's sincere, Miss Brooks.
I'm sure it is.
It's something I feel deep down inside of me, Miss Brooks, from whence so many of one's warmer emotions stem.
That's whence they stem from, all right.
Of course, even if it does seem over-sentimental or even downright sticky, Christmas Eve seems to be the time that you can say things like this and not sound over-sentimental or sticky.
Christmas Eve is the time to say them. I just hope I hear them by New Year's Eve.
What I want you to know, Miss Brooks, is that I'm grateful.
For what, Walter?
For my association with you during the past semester at Madison High School.
Well, thank you, Walter. I've tried to be a capable teacher.
Oh, your teaching was nothing.
What?
Oh, I don't mean scholastically. No, as a teacher, you were very adequate. I mean personally. The interest you took in me and my problems. For that, I could never thank you if I lived to be 100. Of course, you'd be gone a long time by then.
Merry Christmas to you, too.
You don't know what it's meant to me to have your ear whenever I needed it.
Oh, it was nothing, really. I have another one.
Especially about girls. Gosh, you remember how silly I used to act about girls? Every time one of them looked at me, I giggled like a kid. And then, overnight, I matured. I met the one woman who really mattered. Harriet Conklin.
She certainly made something out of you, Walter. I don't know what, but something.
You saw me through the difficult transition period of that amour as well, while Harriet and I were adjusting to one another. It was wonderful to be able to come down to you for advice, Miss Brooks. It isn't every boy who has such an interest taken in him by some intelligent, elderly person.
Give me back my ear. I can't hear you.
Not that you're ancient or anything. Gosh, I've seen girls who don't look as good as you do.
Girls? What do you think I am? Shut up, Minerva.
By the way, Miss Brooks, I see you got lots of mistletoe on the walls. Were you expecting Mr. Boynton tonight?
Yes, Walter, I was. We were going for a wheelchair ride together. But he had to visit his folks upstate.
His folks? Gosh, they must be well along in years.
His father's over 50. They may shoot him next spring. Look, Walter, while you're here, you might as well pick up the little gift I got for you.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, you shouldn't have. Where is it?
Under the tree on your right. It isn't much, just a remembrance.
Oh, gee, I almost forgot. I can't open it yet.
Why not? Oh, you mean you want to put it under your tree at home and open it with your family?
Oh, not exactly, but... Well, I'll get it later, Miss Brooks. Oh, there they are now. I'll answer it.
There who are now?
Come on in, folks. She was all alone when I got here.
But it's really a surprise, isn't it?
We should have stayed home Christmas Eve. Besides, it's freezing out.
Now, Osgood, don't be so grouchy. Hello, Miss Brooks. Merry Christmas.
Why, it's Mr. and Mrs. Conklin. And Harriet, how are you all?
I'm cold.
Oh, that's too bad. Come here, Minerva. Rub up against Mr. Conklin.
What's that? What? Go away, cat.
Why, she seems to like you, Osgood. Or is she hungry, Miss Brooks?
She's not that hungry.
I don't like cats. Why doesn't she go chase a mouse or something?
Oh, you forget, Mr. Conklin, this is Christmas Eve. There isn't one stirring.
Hey, Harriet.
Yes, Walter?
There's a lot of mistletoe around this room.
I know. It's real pretty.
Osgood, notice all the mistletoe in this room?
What? Oh, that green stuff. More often than not, it makes me sneeze.
Oh, come on, Osgood. Let's see if it does.
Oh, now, Martha, don't embarrass me so.
It doesn't make you sneeze, does it, Harriet?
I'm willing to find out. Here's a nice wreath of it on this wall.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Yeah. Here we are.
May I, Mr. and Mrs. Conklin?
If it's all right with Harriet, it's all right with us.
Oh, come on, Walter. We're getting old.
Gosh, you're sweet, Harriet.
Oh, isn't that cute, Osgood? Come here, dear. How about one for your faithful old wife?
Well, it is customary, I guess. I'm under the stuff.
Now, pucker up, dear.
Very well. Yeah. You see, I told you. Now, let's stop this romantic drivel and act like adult human beings. Miss Brooks, I'd like to take advantage of this visit to inquire as to your plans for the coming year's classwork. Do you have your schedule all laid out?
Well, frankly, Mr. Conklin, I haven't had much chance to work on anything.
Haven't had much of a chance. But you've been away from school all week. Your vacation started last Monday.
I know, Mr. Conklin, and that's what I took the week as. I mean, a vacation is something you go on when you get the opportunity to. You don't work on it or during it, unless, even though I didn't actually go anywhere, when my vacation came along, I went on it, or was on one, usually.
And you wanted to be the head of the English department.
Please, Osgood, this is no time to talk of school affairs. We're here to spend part of our holiday with Miss Brooks.
It was very nice of you to think about me, Mrs. Conklin. It was nice of all of you. Where are Walter and Harriet?
Denton, get my daughter away from that mistletoe at once.
But, Mr. Conklin, Harriet isn't allergic to mistletoe.
No, but I'm allergic to you.
Harriet's almost irresistible sometimes, especially alongside of older women like Mrs. Conklin and Miss Brooks.
Saved by the bell. I'll get it. Why, Mr. Boynton, come in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks.
I thought you were going upstate to see your folks.
Well, I was, but they sent me a wire that they wanted to come down here for a week or so. They'll arrive in the morning, so I thought I'd drop this little gift off for you tonight.
Oh, but you shouldn't have. Where is it? Let's just put it under the tree in the living room. Look who's here, everybody.
Well, it's Mr. Boynton. Hi there, Mr. B.
This is nice.
Hello, Boynton. Hello, folks.
This is beginning to get more like Christmas Eve every minute. Sit down, Mr. Boynton. I'm certainly glad your folks decided to visit you instead of vice versa.
Oh, so am I. There's a particularly good reason why I'm glad.
There is?
Well, yes. It gives me a chance to see how my guinea pigs are affected by this cold snap. So far, they haven't reacted at all.
What do you expect them to do, blow on their paws?
Miss Brooks, have you pointed out the mistletoe to Mr. Boynton?
Oh, why don't you stop that nonsense, Martha?
It isn't nonsense. Mr. Boynton, look at the mistletoe.
Mistletoe? Oh, yes. A very interesting example of the flora found in various areas throughout the globe. An evergreen parasitic shrub, it is indigenous to the regions where apple trees and oaks abound.
Now that the lecture is over, may we ask questions?
Well, certainly, Miss Brooks.
Want to stand under it?
Stand under it? Well, you see, because of certain characteristics in its makeup, an allergy is sometimes aggravated by its presence.
I'll take a chance if you will.
Come on, Mr. Boynton. Yeah, come on, Mr. Boynton.
Just bring him over to this wall here.
I'll get under it if you like.
Well, don't just stand there. Can't you see Miss Brooks is cooking?
Well, don't fuss for me. I couldn't eat a thing.
Mr. Boynton, don't you know what standing under the mistletoe signifies?
I know what it signifies to most people, but to me it's just...
Well, there goes 85 cents worth of mistletoe.
Hey, I know what let's do. Let's open up the presents right now.
Swell. A splendid suggestion, Walter.
Shouldn't we wait until just before we leave? Might be less embarrassing that way.
Well, if you want to open them now,
Golly, this one tree is pretty crowded. I'll put some of these packages under this little one over here.
Look out, Walter. You're bumping into one of the branches. Look out.
Gosh, I got the funniest feeling when I touched that branch.
What kind of a feeling, Walter?
Well, you're Harriet Conklin, aren't you?
Well, sure, I'm Harriet Conklin. Walter, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Nothing's the matter with me. It's just that I want to tell you something. Harriet, you've got to change. You ought to try to be more like Miss Brooks.
What do you mean, Walter?
If you want me to stay interested in you, you've got to be more alluring, youthful, glamorous, feminine in that real feline Brooks way.
Walter, have you been drinking pine needles, too?
Look at that tree. It seems to be glowing.
What do you mean, glowing? Just a reflection from the streetlights. This party is giving me the memes. Holidays, indeed. Here, I'll just move the tree where it won't glisten in our eyes. There we go. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Why, Mr. Conklin.
Of course I'm Mr. Conklin. Happy-go-lucky, fun-loving, gag-a-minute Osgood.
Gag-a-minute Osgood?
Sometimes I've wanted to.
Miss Brooks, is that really you standing there?
I think so, Mr. Conklin. Why do you ask?
Because you suddenly look so different, so intelligent. Miss Brooks, I've made up my mind. You are now head of the Madison High English Department.
Well, thank you, fun-loving Osgood.
I'm going to put this wonderful tree where it belongs, right in the center of the room. Give me a hand, Boynton.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Conklin. I'll just take this hand here and... Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Come here, baby.
What?
I said, come here, Connie.
You did not. You said, come here, baby, and I'm here.
Look, he's taking her over to the mistletoe.
Isn't it wonderful? Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Boynton?
Just call me Phil, Connie. And this is what I'm going to do. Connie, how does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel like I'm in a dream, Philip. A wonderful, beautiful dream. Well, what's that? Mr. Boynton, where did you go? Where is everybody? Oh, I must have been dreaming. Well, that's real enough. I'll be right there. Oh, sorry, Minerva. I didn't mean to drop you.
I'm cold.
Why, it's the Conklins and Walter and Mr. Boynton. But you all just left. Come in.
We thought it would be nice if we spent our Christmas Eve together, Miss Brooks.
Yes, and we've brought a few little gifts over for you.
I'll just put them under this tree here.
Yes, do that, Walter.
Aren't you going to ask me why I didn't go upstate, Miss Brooks?
I know why, Mr. Boynton. Your folks are coming down to see you.
Well, how did you know about that? I just got the telegram.
Don't let's get too carried away with the holidays to prepare for the hard school season ahead, Miss Brooks.
Oh, let's not talk about school affairs now, Osgood.
Walter, look at the mistletoe.
Yeah, look at it.
Now, just a minute, before we go through all that again. Would you please touch that tree, Mr. Boynton? The one on the left with the... Why, it's gone. There's only one tree.
Miss Brooks, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Could I have dreamt that part, too? Mr. Boynton, would you do me a favor, please?
Of course, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Would you touch the Christmas tree?
Touch it? But...
Please, it's important.
Well, all right. There.
Nothing happened.
What did you expect would happen?
A miracle. Oh, excuse me, I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm a little urchin, and I'm selling magic Christmas trees.
But you just...
Please buy one, lady. They only cost 50 cents apiece.
50 cents?
That's right.
Here's $2. Give me 4 of them.
Once again, here is Eve Arden.
All over the studio here, there are happy signs of Christmas. Bits of red and green, holly, and some imaginative person even hung some mistletoe in the control room. Must remember to drop in there after the show. But the Christmas spirit is even more evident in the faces of our cast. Together with our sponsor, the Colgate Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Luster Cream Shampoo, and Palmolive Shaving Creams, we join in wishing you a Merry Christmas. Yes, Jeff Chandler and Gail Gordon, Jane Morgan, Virginia Gordon, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Jeffrey Silver, our writer-director Al Lewis, and our producer Larry Burns, our conductor Wilbur Hatch, and all the others on the Our Miss Brooks show. And we're gathered here to say, may this be the most joyous of the holidays for all of you.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, medical science offers you Proof Positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, Proof Positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular player and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Somebody thinks it's a hog calling contest over here. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Rod, what's new with you?
Oh, nothing much, Red. I've been reading a book entitled Advancement of Science by Farnsworth Aislop.
Oh, you mean Jimmy Starr's little boy, huh? Any good?
Oh, yes. Say, did you know, scientifically speaking, that love is merely an increase in blood pressure and pulse rate? You can get the same effect by touching your toes 10 times.
Oh, come now. Surely you've left something out.
And you know, until I read that book, I never realized how amazing mechanical inventions are.
Oh?
Take my electric toaster, for instance.
Oh?
Or take my record changer. Or take my typewriter.
You got any white shirts? I'll have to go get my truck. I can't just hold it away.
You know, the two greatest scientific advancements are plastic surgery and television.
Oh, well, they go hand in hand. You know, when television kicks in, I'm going to need plastic surgery.
Well, I won't need plastic surgery.
You'll need a girdle. Either that or they have to show you in sections. I can just hear a program coming on now and saying, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We now present Rod O'Connor in 10 episodes." See, I couldn't get it all in myself. Hey, I wonder how far off television really is.
Well, Red, in less than 3 years, your face will be in everybody's living room.
No kidding. Mm-hmm. That's one of the dirtiest tricks science has. You know, television's going to be wonderful. Not only will you be able to see the man in the street broadcast, but you'll get to see him killed by a hit-and-run driver.
Well, you know, some people believe television sets will have coin slots on them.
No?
You pay to see a program. You know, remember the jukebox?
Oh, yeah, that's going to be something, isn't it? You drop a quarter in a slot, you'll get Bob Hope. You drop 50 cents, you get Alan Young. 75 cents, you get Fred Allen. $1, you get Red Skelton. And 95 cents change.
You know, they're also working on an invention where you can drop a dime in a slot and get a sample of the product you're listening to.
Oh, well, now that's really going to save a lot of people from running down to the corner drugstore in their pajamas, you know. They always say, get that tonight, you know. Can you imagine being listening to some face cream program, see, and you drop a dime in the slot, and Lord Esther's wife lets you have it right in the kitchen.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands based on the method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now Anita Ellis sings More Than You Know.
More than you know, more than you know, man of my heart, I love you so. Lately I find you're on my mind, more than you know. Whether you're right, whether you're wrong, man of my heart, I'll string along. You need me so, more than you'll ever know. Loving you the way that I do, there's nothing I can do about it. Loving may be all you can give, but darling, I can't live without it. Oh, how I'd sigh, oh, how I'd cry if you got tired and said goodbye. More than I'd show, more than you'll ever
Now we open the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire to a story entitled It Pays to Look Well. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living conditions ain't too good, are they? Chapter 134 is entitled The Cowboy and the Tailor. This is the story of Deadeye, who finds that clothes don't make the man.
Why,
wish I had a horse like yours, McGregor. Old Sardo here, is pretty hard to handle.
Well, I'll tell you, did I? Maybe that big saddle bothers him.
What big saddle? I'm riding him bareback. Ooh!
Well, maybe he's hard of hearing.
Ooh!
Shoot your gun beside his ear. He should hear that.
Did you say beside it or in it? Oh, he's all right. That bullet's like everything else with him. In one ear and right out the other. Let's climb up over here in the shade, huh?
Well, the old town looks the same. Yeah, what are you playing?
You ought to know me better than that. Women. W-E-M-N. Women.
You don't look very presentable to be talking to women. Look at your shirt. It's all dirty and your spats is ragged.
What spats? Oh, them darn long underwear. They slipped again. I look pretty bad, don't I, huh?
You look like P.O. Plenty's eyebrows. Before he combs them out.
Yeah? You should have said John L. had been more striking, you know. Look at that, huh?
Hey!
I'm proud of that. That ain't it.
Why don't you go across to Dominic the tailor and get rigged up in the new outfit?
Okay, let's go. You know, I ain't felt like dressing up since my gal Ida Soderstorm ran away with old Jim Harkin.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, to coin a phrase.
Howdy. I'd like to get spruced up a little.
What do you got in mind?
Women, but I got to get some new clothes first. I want something that'll fit my personality.
Well, I'm sorry I have nothing with poison ivy.
Well, I'm sorry you said that.
Now, did I? Put your guns away.
Oh, they're a little heavy. I want to empty some of the lead out of them.
Now, look, don't be like that.
Oh, come on, one little bullet. I want to see if I can deflate that big balloon.
Just a little joke, old man, no offense.
Oh?
Now, here, would you be so kind as to remove some of your clothes so I can take your measurements?
Okay, I'll take my guns off first. I was in field artillery.
Nice guns.
Had a little trouble getting the wheels off, though. Well, now I'll take off my Mackinaw. Now my Macintosh. Now my fur vest. Now my shortskin vest. Now my wool vest. Well, I'll be.
What's wrong, did I?
You know that windbreaker I shot a guy for stealing a year ago?
Yeah?
It just came to it. Okay, take my measurements.
Now, let's see. Shoulder, 29.
Yeah.
Waist, 52. Chest, 25.
Chest, 25. Now wait till I expand it, will you?
Well, that's more like it, 25 and a half. Right arm, 35. Left arm, 21.
Left arm, 21? How did that happen?
Well, me and my wife have twin beds, and she likes to sleep holding hands. Oh, McGregor.
Yeah, did I?
Duck over to old Mac Davis's place and see if Gladys is there.
All right, did I? I'll be back quicker than it takes you to say Lum and Abner.
You know, the name Deadeye sounds familiar to me.
Does to me, too.
Shot a man, didn't you?
Yep, but it was an accident. Fellow opened his hotel window and yelled fire. And I did. Where'd you hear about me?
All around. Say, here's something you need, a kerchief scarf.
I don't care for that.
Look better than that tie you're wearing made of rope.
That ain't no rope necktie. I just escaped a hanging.
I mean, they were going to hang you?
Yeah, hanging was too good for me. They were going to hang me. They weren't going to play yo-yo anyhow. Well, how about some pants, huh?
Oh, here's some. Would you like to try them on for size?
I sure would. Now, right leg. Now, the left leg. You got a needle and thread. I forgot to take my spurs off.
Hey, Deadeye!
Yeah?
Gladys wasn't there, but look who I ran into.
How
Howdy, did I?
Well, but if it ain't my old gal, Heidi. You ain't changed a bit, Heidi.
Well, you neither. You're just as bow-legged as ever.
Oh, I ain't so bow-legged.
Oh, no? Well, then how come you're standing on both sides of me?
How have you been, Heidi? Happy? What's been happening to you, huh?
Well, that two-timing Jim Hawkins was going to marry me, but something stood in his way.
What was it, gal?
A wife and 4 kids. He cheated me like he cheated you.
I don't remember him promising to marry me.
No, but you remember the poker game he got you into?
Yeah?
Well, he cheated you out of your cattle, and them poker cards was marked.
With a hot poker, too. You don't happen to know what happened to old Jim, do you?
Yeah, I hear he's the head of the black market and lumber gang, but is running a clothing store to make folks think he's an honest citizen.
Now, you don't mean to tell me that the gent that's waiting on me is old Jim Hawkins? Stand behind me, gal.
Don't move, Deadeye. I've got my 45 pointed right at your head.
Better stand in front of me, gal.
Well, Jim, looks like things are going to happen just like I said.
Oh, shut up. No cheap dance hall gal's going to make a chump out of me.
Deadeye, did you hear what he called me? Me, a lady? A cheap dance hall gal.
Yeah, I heard him.
Well, are you going to let him get away with it?
Yep.
Hey, now, look here. It's none of my business, but why don't you two go outside and shoot it out like real Western gentlemen?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I remember Deadeye and his 1, 2, 3 stuff and how he shoots on 2.
Well, then maybe we could figure out a new idea.
There, fight a duel. Stand back to back. Walk 10 steps apart, then turn and blaze away.
Okay.
Now, he ought to know better than that. Well, let's go. Come on, boys.
All right, back to back. Draw your guns. Now start walking. Hey, Deadeye, stop following him.
I'm sorry, I hadn't noticed.
Now start all over.
Okay.
Start walking. 10 steps, then turn.
Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's what he gets for not doing his homework.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Wally.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Wally.
Grant and Rice of Sportlight fame says, quote,
I've studied the inside figures on brand after brand, and I'm convinced medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat.
And you're right, Grant and Rice. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that more satisfying Raleigh flavor. And remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So, no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Now, David Forrester and his orchestra play One More Tomorrow. Chapter 135 is entitled Home Tailoring. The finest tailoring in the world is done by the mothers and the grandmothers at home. Of course, it's no surprise that the mean little kid gets a cut-down suit.
Yumpy dum. Oh, boy, you can tell me. Hey, Grandma! Grandpa's gone. Can I take me cowbell off now?
Yes, dear.
Boy. Oh, boy, you feel good to get that cowbell off. Hey, Grandma, why does I have to wear a cowbell when Grandpa's home?
Because we like to talk freely, and you know too much already.
Oh, I don't. Can I run down to the candy store and get me a jawbreaker?
No, dear. Grandma doesn't have a penny to give you.
Well, I'm in the chips tonight, boy. Look, 50 cents. Look.
Where'd you get that?
It's one you didn't find when you went through Gram's pockets last night.
Now, Junior, don't go through your grandfather's pockets when he's asleep.
No, you better be careful, that's all. Grandpa said he's going to put a mouse trap in him. Hey, Grandma, what you got your finger bandaged up for,
You stop asking silly questions.
Did you get your widow finger caught in a widow mouse trap?
No, Junior. It was a big mouse trap.
Oh, well, looks like Grandpa took me suggestion after all, huh? I told him he'd get better results if he used a gopher trap.
But I still don't see how I missed that $50.
Well, it wasn't in the suit you was ransacking, see?
Oh.
It was one hanging in the closet. Now look how black the fire made it. Look.
What fire?
Well, now, don't get excited. I'm going to tell you about it. You see, there was a hole in his pocket, and it fell through into the seam. See, so I had to burn up the suit and scrape the ashes for the $50.
You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all.
I ought to spank you until you can't walk.
Oh, yeah? What, you going to spank me till I can't walk? What are you going to do, spank me feet? I knew someday she'd realize she's wearing me body out.
Oh, Junior, you're bad.
No.
I was going to take those old suits and make me something to wear.
Well, the coat is still good.
But I needed the pants to make the skirt.
Oh.
Oh, well, maybe I can make you a suit out of the coat.
Oh, no, that's not.
But go get my sewing basket.
Okay, I couldn't get the sewing basket. Well, here it is. Can I borrow the scissors? I want to cut this picture of George Washington off of this green piece of paper here.
No! Put them down.
What?
What do you want to do, fall on those sharp points and dull them?
Well, boy, it sure does love me, don't it?
Now, Junior, run upstairs and get your blue pants.
Okay.
I'll cut the pattern from them out of this wrapping paper.
Well, I'm not going to wear paper pants. Goodness, I'm not a lamb chop, you know.
Junior, who said anything about paper
Goodness,
pants?
you're going to make paper pants. You might as well cut 2 holes in a shopping bag and put me in there, you know. Put me arms through the handles. Let me walk around.
Stop acting silly and run upstairs and get those pants.
Okay, I will get them. I'm going to get them. Now, let's see now. Where could them blue pants be? Grandma straightened out my closet and I can't find it in now, you know. Oh, there they are. I'm going to hurry, but I could slide down the banisters quicker.
You're going to knock that face off?
Anybody know where I can get a cheap retread job?
Now, get off the banister.
Now, don't you hit me. Grandpa said that I could slide down the banister any time I wanted to.
Oh, your grandfather should be ashamed permitting you to do things that will hurt you.
So?
Oh, but then when he's sick, he doesn't know what he's doing.
I know how to cure his sickness.
How?
Don't spread this around.
No.
Son. Shoot his bartender.
Stop talking like that and come here. Look, I've got to see if this piece of material is big enough.
Yes.
Take off your pants.
Here? I won't do it. There's cold in here.
Well, then at least take the stuff out of your pocket.
Okay. You want me to empty my back pocket, sure?
Here, let me help you up on the chair.
No, don't grab me under the arm. I'm tickled. Lift me up on my ears like a rabbit.
Stop talking like an idiot.
Well, I can't help it. It was inherited, you know.
Yes, and you know from which side of the family.
Yeah, I know. I know all right. And Grandpa agrees with me, too.
If only you'd try to be intelligent just for once.
Well, I will if you'll buy me a dog.
Well,
A widow dog.
What kind of a dog do you want?
A widow black and white one.
No. I mean, what breed of dog?
He breathes through his nose, I guess. You want a mama dog, dog.
No, you can't have one.
Right.
They always have fleas.
Well, the kind I want has puppies.
Now, just forget I said anything.
No.
There.
No. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm going to sit on the back of the chair until you is ready.
No, don't do that. It'll tip over with you.
Oh, behave me! I broke me with a skull.
Now, you didn't break your skull.
Yes, I did. You right now and broke me skull.
Oh, poor baby. He fell and hurt himself.
Yes, I hurt me skull.
He's scared.
I'm scared.
Bless his little heart.
Yes, bless his little heart. Look, I put a dent in my head. Look.
Well, stop putting dents in your head. It's hard enough to get hats to fit you. Now, stand still and you won't get hurt.
Okay.
Oh, where is my needle?
No, here it is. Go ahead, now fret it.
Thank you.
Yeah, now fret it. What you smelling it for?
I'm not smelling it. Dark in here. I can't see it.
Oh, I thought you were smelling it.
Junior, your fingers are smaller than mine.
Yes.
Pull the thread through the needle, will you?
Now, hold it down here. Hold it down. Where is it?
Don't look at it so close. You'll get cross-eyed.
Cross-eyed? Is that why I see two needles now?
Junior, stop that.
I'm not doing nothing.
Well, look at your eye.
I can't. My nose is in the way.
Well, the only way to straighten them is to tap you on the back of the head.
Here. Straighten them. Don't knock them out.
Here.
Goodness.
Junior, now hold this goods around your waist while I sew it together.
You mean like that?
No, not under your chin.
Well, I like it that way. I like my pants on in. I eat. I don't need a napkin. Just check my pants and my collar like that.
Stand still.
Yes.
If I accidentally stick you with a pin, you listen to me.
Yeah, if you accidentally stick me, you will hear from me.
There.
Go.
Now, stand still while I trim the legs.
Oh, no, not me legs. Don't trim me legs. They're short enough now.
Not your legs, the pants legs.
No, boy, for a minute I could see myself sitting on a Raleigh cigarette swinging my feet, you know.
There. Now, the other leg.
Yeah.
There. That's funny. They're longer in the back than they are in front.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have leaned over to watch you then.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at this same time. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And by the way, the policeman shows the 22nd and 23rd. I'll be there.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them. A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burly blend. Sir Walter Raleigh, mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness. That's Sir Walter Raleigh. Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel, leaves only a clean, dry ash. And that's Sir Walter Raleigh. Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning. Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh, a brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home. It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco. Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. With men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Probably many of us don't know that half of all the jobs in the armed services are directly related to civilian occupations. Let us realize that the skills, education, and experience acquired by those in the services make them better citizens and more valuable employees than ever before. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown & Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Amos, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Put away that bag of popcorn and stop eating. All you do is eat. You're getting fatter every minute.
I am not getting fat. Everybody says I'm getting slim as an eel.
You're getting slim as an eel.
Sure, when people see me, they say, "Here comes Costello. What a slim eel." Hey, Abbott, besides, I don't want to get fat. Getting fat is expensive.
Oh, how can getting fat be expensive?
Well, I got a battleship tattooed on my chest, and every time I gain 10 pounds, I got to put on another lifeboat.
Oh. Talk sense. Just look at you. How'd you get that? Hey, how did you get that lump on your head? And all those bruises on your face?
Well, last night I called on the little redhead that lives next door, and she told me to take her in her arms and forget everything.
And did you?
Yes. I forgot that the lights were on, the shades were up, and her father was in the next room.
Costello, you've got to stop chasing after every girl you see. Do you want to become a masher?
I wouldn't mind being a masher if I could pick my own potatoes.
Now, look, what were you doing at this little redhead's house?
Oh.
You told me you had a date with Marilyn Maxwell.
Well, I did, Abbott, but Marilyn busted it. She didn't want to go out with me no more. She says we're intellectual opposites.
You and Marilyn are intellectual opposites?
Yep, she's intellectual and I'm the opposite.
I don't blame Marilyn. You've been taking up her time for a whole year, and you've never proposed to her.
Oh, I did propose to Marilyn, Abbott, but her answer had a string to it.
Her answer had a string to it?
Yeah, she told me to go fly a kite.
I mean, you don't know how to propose to girls. You've got to make them think they are everything, and you're nothing.
I tried that too, Abbott. I said to her, Marilyn, I am nothing. I have nothing. I can't give you nothing.
What did she say?
Nothing.
Where did you propose to her?
Well, in a lunchroom. We were eating meatloaf.
Ah, no wonder Marilyn keeps turning you down, proposing to a girl over a plate of meatloaf. You should take her out and gaze at the stars. The skies are full of things we know nothing about.
So is meatloaf.
Oh, hello there, boys.
Why, it's Marilyn Maxwell.
Marilyn, my love, Marilyn. Come put your arms around me.
Like this, Louis?
Yes, now hold me tighter. Tighter. That's it. Just hold me.
Okay. How long do you want me to hold you?
For 30 days. If nobody calls for me, I'm yours. Well, I got the next line. Excuse me. Well, Marilyn. Marilyn, when I'm close to you like this, I can't seem to break away. Something keeps snapping me back.
Is it love?
No, you're standing on my garter.
Hey, Costello, you seem in a good mood. Why don't you pop the question again?
Huh? Okay.
Pop the question again.
Okay, Marilyn, you know how I feel about you. I don't know how to say this, but do you think that two people could live on $75 a week?
Well, what are you talking about, Louis? I make that much myself.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, no, Louis. The man I marry must be romantic.
Well, ain't I romantic? Didn't I come to your house Sunday night and bring you a big box of Cracker Jacks?
Yes. Then you held my hand, and I held your hand, and then you held my hand again. Is that any way to make love?
No, but do you know a better way to make a box of Cracker Jack last all night? Marilyn, I'll prove to you that I can really make love. I'll give you a real burning kiss that will set you on fire.
All right, Louis, give me a real burning kiss.
There. How was that?
You better throw another log on the fire.
Well, oh, gee. Did you hear that, Costello? No, Marilyn is not the girl for you. She's a nice girl and all that, but she's snobbish.
Oh, yes. I mean, what'd you say?
I said Marilyn's snobbish.
She is not snobbish. She's an American just like you and me. Don't call Marilyn snobbish when she ain't.
No, I know you dummy. I mean, she's snobbish. She's aloof.
Make up your mind, Abbott. Is she snobbish or aloof?
Oh, about 50-50. I'd say she was half snobbish and half aloof.
Well, a half aloof is better than none.
No. Costello, you're talking about a loaf. I'm talking about aloof. Marilyn is aloof. She's well-bred.
How do you like that? Now Marilyn is a loaf of bread. Next thing you'll be telling me she's a jelly donut.
Oh, Costello, will you listen to me? I'm trying to describe Marilyn's character. Haven't you noticed how she goes about with perspicacity?
Good. When did she start going with Percy Cassidy?
No.
Percy Cassidy is still going steady with Cynthia Rosenblatt.
No, you idiot. Perspicacity is not a person. Perspicacity means a distinction. Anyone can have perspicacity. You have perspicacity. Therefore, you have distinctness.
I got what?
You have distinctness.
You don't smell so good yourself.
Stop that. I said you have distinctness. You are distinguished. Or, as they would call you in French, distingué.
Could I have that again in French?
In French, certainly. That French, you see, the French change the last two syllables. In English, it's distinguished. In French, it's stingé.
Abbott, they don't speak French in Patterson. And everybody there used to call me Stingay. Hey, Stingay!
I tell you, you're impossible. Merle Maxwell is smart to keep away from you. It proves she's astute.
Yes, it. Could I have the last one again?
Astute.
Abbott, astute all I'm going to astute from you. I can't astute anymore.
Look, Costello, will you listen to me? When I say Marilyn is aloof, I'm not talking about a loaf. Aloof is a mark of character, like distinctness. And a person who is distinct has perspicacity, and perspicacity makes one astute.
Oh, when you say aloof, you're not talking about a loaf.
No.
Aloof is a mark of character like distinctness. And a person who is distinct has perspicacity. And perspicacity makes one astute.
Now you're in there pitching.
I may be in there pitching, but the batter is knocking my brains out.
Experience is the best teacher.
Joe, back from a 2-year trip in the Orient, is celebrating his return by dining with his old friend, Bob. Bob says,
"Cigarette, Joe? Thanks. Camels, I see. Changed your brand, haven't you?" "Yeah. That was one time when a wartime shortage did me some good. You know, we were mighty short of cigarettes here during the war." "True where I was, too." "Well, like everybody else, I smoked any brand I could get. Tried them all, I guess. That certainly taught me plenty about cigarettes. Camels stood head and shoulders above the rest as far as I was concerned."
Yes, experience is the best teacher. During the wartime cigarette shortage, when people smoked any brand they could get, millions learned the differences in cigarette quality. It was then that people's T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, compared cigarette after cigarette. Millions learned that Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness suited them to a T. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis to sing It's the Same Old Dream.
I can see a steeple surrounded by people. Oh, how real it all starts to seem. Just as the choir is singing, my alarm starts ringing. It's the same old dream. And then my thoughts inspire a scene by the fire in a cottage close by a stream. I know it all by heart now. We're about to part now. It's the same old dream. If you but knew how many times I pretend that I'm with you, I'm sure your heart would unbend. You'd see me through until my dream had a happy ending. I can picture clearly the things I love dearly. In the center you reign supreme. We kiss and I discover I'm a lonesome lover. It's the same old dream. I I can picture clearly the things I love dearly. In the center you reign supreme. We kiss, and I discover I'm a lonesome lover. It's the same old dream.
Gee, Abbott, I've been talking to Marilyn and she turned me down again. Life means nothing without her. I don't care what happens.
Costello, put that gun down. It might go off.
I don't care.
But it's pointed at me.
That's why I don't care.
Now listen to you, dummy.
boy, steady!
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me, you dummy. You can win Marilyn by impressing her. She's impressed by celebrities. So all you have to do is become famous, get your name in the paper.
I know what I'll do, Abbott. I'll start a fight with you.
No, fighting with me won't get your name in the papers.
At Ciro's?
No, look. Will you listen to me? To get into the papers, you've got to get... Will you listen to me?
I'm listening!
I want to get your face in the papers. But you've got to get mixed up with somebody big.
Okay, then I'll fight Joe Louis.
You're not afraid of Joe Louis?
No, Abbott, I'm not afraid of Joe Louis.
Well.
I'll go right up to him and I'll say, Joe Louis, put up your jokes. I ain't afraid of you. I'll knock your block off. That's what I'll say to Joe Louis. Through that little slit in my armored car.
You talk sense, Costello. Now, look, if you want to become famous and get your name in the papers, you'll have to hire a publicity man. A man who will think up ways of getting your face before the public.
How can he do that?
Well, he might get all the bakeries to stamp your picture on all their soda crackers.
Oh, no, he won't. I ain't going to have kids all over the country slapping peanut butter and jelly in my kitchen.
All right, come on, Costello. I'm taking you to the best publicity man in Hollywood. When he gets through publicizing you, Marilyn Maxwell will come to you on bended knees.
Oh, yes. Yes, she will.
Yes.
Oh, boy, lead me to him.
Yeah, well, no. Here's his office. Let's go in.
Well, gentlemen, I'm Brown, the publicity man. The second most famous Mr. Brown in the country. Number 2 Brownie, they call me. As the bandit said when he stuffed a paper towel in his victim's mouth, anything for a gag. Now, what can I do for you?
You can take that gag you stuffed in the victim's mouth and drag it over to Tom Brenneman. It's old enough to get an orchid. This guy must be writing for Fred Allen.
Oh, quiet, Costello. Mr. Brown, could you think up a stunt that would make Costello famous overnight?
Oh, yes, I've got just a stunt for Costello. It's never been done before. I'll have him sit on a flagpole.
Wait a minute. Lots of guys have sat on flagpoles.
At half-mast?
Oh, no. You call that a publicity stunt? My Uncle Mike in Patterson played a game of poker with a TWA hostess while sitting on the wing of a plane going to Honolulu.
Clipper?
Yes. He beat her out of a few bucks.
Mr. Brown, don't you have some sensational stunt that Costello could do?
Oh, yes, indeed. As the doctor said when he slapped the newborn baby, this will open your eyes. Costello, I'm going to have you jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. Oh, what a stunt. I can see you now. You're standing on the rail of the bridge.
That ain't me.
Now you're all poised to make your leap.
That ain't me.
A crowd gathers to watch you, and suddenly there's a loud scream, and a man faints.
That's me.
Abbott, get me out of here!
Costello, calm yourself. Mr. Brown will think of something.
Yes,
I don't want to go around the world.
Quiet.
Oh, and listen, as the mailman said to the lady with the measles sign on her house, you've got something there. As you boys know, Milton Reynolds holds the record for flying around the world in an airplane. Now, Costello, you're going to break that record. Tell me, have you had any experience in the air?
Oh, sure. During the war, I was an ace. I destroyed 19 planes.
Costello, you destroyed 19 planes?
I could never get those darn things off the ground.
Well, Costello, if you will pilot a jet plane around the world in record time, you will be the most famous man in the history of aviation.
Think of it, Costello. You'll be a hero. Marilyn Maxwell will throw herself at your feet. She'll adore you.
Abbott, I'll pilot that plane around the world on one condition. I'll have to have 2 saxophones, a banjo, 3 trombones, and a piccolo in the cockpit with me.
What for?
I fly by instruments.
Well, Costello, get yourself a sponsor with plenty of money to pay for the plane and finance the trip, and I'll see you at the airport tomorrow.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Goodbye.
Where are we going, Abbott?
Well, we're going to see Mrs. Wetwash and get her to sponsor your trip around the world. She's the only one we know who's loaded with money. She's got plenty of the long green.
She's got a few of the long red ones, too.
All right, never mind that. Knock on the door and see if she's home.
Oh, well, hello there, Mr. Abbott. My, I wonder why the butcher left the tub of lard on my front porch. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
Mrs. Wetwash, I wish you hadn't said that. I was just telling Abbott what beautiful hair you've got.
Oh, thank you. Did you notice the little white ribbon in my hair?
Oh, is that a ribbon? I thought it was a price tag.
That was very funny, Costello. Why don't you go over to the ostrich farm and show the big birds what a real egg looks like?
I love to see you laugh, Mrs. Wetwash. Your teeth sparkle so.
Oh, they should. I see my dentist twice a year.
Yes, one for each tooth.
Cut that out, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello is going to fly around the world as a publicity stunt, and we'd like to have you finance the trip. You know, be Costello's sponsor, like.
What's the matter? Did the camel people finally get wise to him?
Please, Mrs. Wetwash. I gotta make that trip. I gotta become famous. If you put up the money, I'll give you my personal note.
Oh, very well. I'll loan you the money. But I'll bet you don't pay me back until I'm 60.
Abbott, you wants the money back in 3 days.
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, make out the note and Costello will sign it.
Oh, very well. I promise to pay Mrs. Winifred Wetwash $10,000. There you are, Costello. Just sign your John Hancock on this line.
My what?
Your John Hancock.
I'm John Hancock? Mrs. Wetwash, don't you know me? I'm Lou Costello.
Oh, I know you're Lou Costello. All I want you to do is sign that note.
Okay, I'll sign it for a minute. I thought you didn't recognize me.
Oh, quit stalling. Sign your John Hancock on that note.
Abbott, call for the police.
What for?
This woman is deliberately and with molasses afterthought attempting to entangle me into computing a felony.
How can you say that? How can you say that?
It's easy when you don't know what you're talking about.
When I say you're John Hancock, I don't mean you're John Hancock. I mean when you sign Lou Costello, that is your John Hancock, even though you're Lou Costello.
Oh, you mean when you say you're John Hancock, you don't mean you're John Hancock. You mean when I sign Lou Costello, that's my John Hancock. Even though... Why don't they make it bigger print?
Now you're cooking with gas.
Well, I may be cooking with gas, but somebody keeps blowing out my pilot light.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of High Barbary. For her Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn sings...
Mama, tell me, do I gotta? Mama, tell me, do I gotta? Do I gotta kiss him every night? Mama, tell me what is proper. How did you react to Papa? You should know, 'cause Ma, you did all right. If I play hard to guess, will I lose him? When he wants a kiss, should I let or should I refuse him? Mama, tell me, do I gotta? I don't want my dreams to totter. I don't want this love of mine to skip. So, Mama, let me kiss him, 'cause I did. You taught me that a girl should do just what a mother said, 'cause what a mother said was wise. But I can't seem to follow through since love went to my head, 'cause Ma, you never saw such eyes. If I play hard to get, will I lose him? When he wants a kiss, should I let or should I refuse him? Mama, tell me, do I gotta? I don't want my dreams to totter. I don't want this love of mine to chill. Oh, Mama, I'm such a fool, but they don't teach that in school. Mama, do I gotta kiss him? All right, I will.
T for taste and T for throat is your true proving ground for any cigarette. Try a Camel and let your T-zone be the judge. See if your taste isn't particularly pleased with Camel's rich, full flavor. See if your throat isn't extra happy with Camel's cool mildness. Try a Camel on your T-zone now.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
Hey, Costello. I've been looking all over the airport for you. I hope you picked a good fast plane for our trip around the world.
Abbott, I got a real fast plane. Last night I tested it out, and it went 200 miles an hour.
200 miles an hour? That's not fast.
I know, but today they're going to put in the motor.
You idiot. I don't know why I'm going on this trip with you. You know absolutely nothing about airplanes.
I do, too. I worked in the airplane factory during the war. I used to put girdles on P-40s and make them into P-38s.
No. When did you put girdles on airplanes?
During the Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very important flight. Now, we've got to beat Reynolds' record. Get your name in all the papers and make you a hero in Marilyn Maxwell's eyes. We're taking off in a few minutes. Have you checked all the equipment?
Yes, it's all in the plane. I got the altimeter, the velocimeter, pressure meter, and a pair of pink tights.
What are the pink tights for?
I want to look nice when I'm coming down the runway.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skinny.
Hiya, Skin.
Skinny, we're about to take off on a trip around the world. Costello is going to try and set a new record.
Well, that's good. I'm just about to take off myself on a solo flight.
If you're going up in a plane, what are you doing with that big can of maple syrup?
Oh, I always take that along in case I have to make a pancake landing.
Hey, Abbott, did you hear that? He takes syrup along for a pancake landing. Wasn't that a waffle joke?
No, what?
We've got to get him some better jokes.
All right, Hey, here comes one of those women reporters. She probably wants an interview.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello, you fought little mon, you.
Well, miss, I suppose you're here to interview Costello.
Yes. I write all the ocean articles for Collier's Magazine.
Collier's Magazine? Oh, Abbott, you know what Collier's Magazine is. That's a publication like Look, Pook, Klook, and Ruders Dujust.
My, isn't all the ocean enchanting? I'll bet you're anxious to hope out for Africa in your Stratolona.
No, I'd rather be booping alone in a groohoon boos to Kookamoongoo.
Well, bon voyage. I must be dashing off. As we say in Spanish, Yura mañana usted paracuta la vista tuyo.
And your mother's busted parachute in the kiss of the youth, too.
I've got everything arranged for your trip. What a publicity stunt this is going to be. I telegraphed to the mayor of New York, and the people are getting ready for you to fly over the city.
What are they doing?
Taking down the Empire State Building.
Wait a minute, Costello. Why have you got your goggles around your neck?
Doctor's orders, Abbott. He told me to goggle my throat.
No, quiet, Costello. Look, they're waving the starting flag. Come on, let's get into the plane.
Control tower to the Lou Costello jet plane. Runway 4 is clear for your takeoff.
Costello, flip that switch and answer the control tower.
Okay. Costello to control tower. We're ready for the takeoff.
Roger.
Lewis.
Come on, Costello. Start the motors. We're on our way. Costello, we're not moving. There's something wrong.
I'll check it, Abbott. I found the trouble.
What's holding us back? Is it the motors?
Nope. There's a piece of chewing gum stuck under the left wheel.
Costello, boy, we're climbing fast. This plane can really travel.
Control tower to jet plane. What is your altitude?
50,000 feet.
Roger.
Lewis. Hey, Abbott, it's getting kind of chilly in here. Would you take the wheel a minute? I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I'm going to climb out there on that wing and turn off one of those big fans.
Fans? Get back here, you idiot. That's the propellers.
Control tower to jet plane. State your position.
I'm the comedian on the Camel Show.
No. Oh, you dummy. He wants to know the position of the plane. Check your compass.
Oh, I get it. Jet plane to control tower. We're flying due east.
Due east?
Roger.
Lewis.
Lewis? What's that guy think I am, a jerk?
Roger.
Louis! I'm glad I straightened that out.
Costello, are you sure you laid the course route right? Better check your charts and see where we are.
Okay, Abbott. This looks strange. Hey, Abbott, could you lend me a couple of bucks?
What for?
According to my figures, we're right in front of the $2 window at the Hollywood Park.
Oh, you're nuts, Costello. That's impossible.
At the far turn, it's Barnaby in front, Little Beaver a second, I.J. Fox coming up fast on the inside.
Hey, turn off the radio, you idiot. Now keep the plane on the course. Keep the throttles open. I'm going to take a nap. And don't call me unless you need me.
Hey, Abbott, wake up. We're running out of gas.
All right, Costello. I'll take the controls and we'll make a landing. All right, Costello. Jump out and let's see where we are.
Hey, Abbott, just as I thought, we're lost. We're lost in a strange land.
My, this is a peculiar-looking place. Look, there's something moving over there. It's a native. Question him and see if he can find out what country this is.
Okay. Hey, you. Me, Costello. Me fly great airplane around the world. Me lost. Could you tell me what strange land me in?
You're in Glendale, you jerk.
Hey, Abbott, we made it. We're back. We're in Glendale.
Yeah. Hey, look. Here comes Mr. Brown, our publicity man.
Well, Costello, I want to congratulate you on your magnificent achievement. You have made a great contribution to science.
You mean I've flown around the world in the shortest time?
No, but you went from Los Angeles to Glendale in the longest time. Think of it, 67 hours to go 3.5 miles.
Did you hear that, Abbott? It only took us a half hour longer than the Glendale bus.
Oh, get him.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Roanoke, Virginia, U.S. Army Old Farms Convalescent Hospital, Avon, Connecticut, U.S. Naval Hospital, San Diego, California, U.S. Marine Hospital, Buffalo, New York, and Veterans Hospital, Temple, Texas. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you were a flop again tonight. But I have an idea how you can impress Marilyn Maxwell. Now, next week, I'm going to get you a job as a lifeguard down at the ocean.
Oh, fine, Abbott. I know all about the ocean. I just read a book called How to Feed Sharks Underwater by Hand.
Who wrote it?
A guy called Three-Fingered Pete.
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Listen again next Thursday night and hear what happens when Bud Abbott and Lou Costello get a job as a lifesaver. We don't know what flavor they'll be, but a lot of things can happen, so don't miss it.
Pipe smokers, when a pipe tobacco tastes rich and full-flavored, when it smokes cool and mild, that's real smoking enjoyment. And that's Prince Albert. Prince Albert is crimp-cut to burn slow and even, to smoke cool. It's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Try Prince Albert. Learn why more pipes smoke it than any other tobacco. Ever hear Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night? Well, it's great fun with Red Foley singing our favorite folk songs, Minnie Pearl and Rod Brasfield for laughs. And this week is Red's special guest, that little musical belle, Rosalie Allen. That's Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is book. B-O-O-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $3,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, Groucho, we invited some CBs and some patent attorneys to our program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected CB Henry Cano and patent attorney Bob Hodgson. And here they are, gentlemen. Right over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. CB and a patent attorney, Henry Cano. You're the CB. Where are you from, Henry?
Monterey, California, the first capital of California.
First capital of California?
Right.
This isn't the first capital I had in California. I had about $300 when I came here. Bob Hodgson. Where are you from, Bob?
Berkeley, California.
Are you married, Bob?
Yes, I am.
Now, how'd you meet your wife?
Well, I was out pheasant hunting, and...
You married a pheasant?
No, I ended up bagging a chicken.
That was your wife?
Yeah.
Did she know that you were regarded
she was
as
pheasant hunting, too.
Oh. But she knows you call her a chicken in public life?
Oh, sure.
And she doesn't resent that?
Mm-hmm. She thinks it's a compliment.
Yeah. She'll be laying for you when you get home. Henry, Cano, how long you been in the service?
12 years, sir.
12 years, sir. I don't want to seem to be too curious, but may I ask how old you are?
No, go ahead.
CB's are landing early tonight. Well, okay. How old are you, Henry?
51.
You must be the ancient mariner. Aren't you pretty old for the Navy?
No. The Navy CBs, they take men from 18 to 64.
They're looking for men from 18 to 64, huh?
Right, sir.
Better stop making jokes about the draft board, huh? Well, could I volunteer? I've had a lot of experience, Henry.
Yes, if you can fit in between 18 and 64.
Well, I'm reluctant to reveal my precise age, Henry, but when those patriots dumped that tea in Boston Harbor, I opened every bag for them. And, Bob, you're a patent attorney, eh? What's the difference between a patent attorney and an ordinary lawyer?
Well, a patent attorney specializes entirely in patent matters.
Well, you're just the man I'm looking for. Would you be interested in getting me a patent on my smokeless tobacco?
Smokeless tobacco?
Uh-huh.
Well, what good is that if you can't smoke it?
Well, it's for chewing. Suppose I had a really good invention. Would you get it patented?
If it's really good, if it's any good.
Mm-hmm. If it's any good, I'd patent it myself. What do you have to know about my invention?
Well, what is it? How's it work?
Oh, it's good for 1,000 things. You can open padlocks with it. You could pin the baby's diaper, wire typewriters together. Now, how would I get a gadget like that protected?
It sounds to me like a hairpin.
Skip it. Would you be interested in a hot mink coat? This one is really hot. It's still on the mink. Now, ship ahoy. Do you always wear a sailor suit like this?
Oh, not always. Sometimes we wear jeans.
You do, eh? Who's Jean? And what is she wearing all this time?
Jeans are dungarees.
Oh, dungarees. And where do you wear your jeans?
Oh, around the base.
I certainly can't think of a better place to wear them. You know, sailor suits have always intrigued me. I want to know the truth now. Do you wear a belt or suspenders?
No, sir. We have 13 buttons.
Well, why just 13? Why do you wear 13 buttons?
Hold my pants up.
That's the first time I was ever stung by a sea bee. Now, exactly what do the sea bees do for the Navy?
Well, they're out on the advanced bases, building airstrips, ammunition dumps, fuel dumps, dry docks, just about everything that can possibly be done while the CBs can do it in the advanced bases.
Well, what is a dry dock? Is that a dock that won't get prescriptions?
That's right.
Now, in all your years in the service, has anything unusual ever happened to you?
Yes. One Christmas Eve, we were stationed in Midway.
Midway to what?
Midway in the Pacific. Well, on this particular Christmas Eve...
I may throw you in irons before the evening is over. All right, here you are at Midway. What happened?
Well, on this Christmas Eve, beer was awful hard to get a hold of, and we saved up our chits so we could have this beer on Christmas Eve. We had enough chits to get 2 cases of beer. And, of course, we couldn't drink it any place. We had a hideout in the revetment. We're having a lot of fun drinking beer, and in walks a Marine with a grenade in his hand. And he says, "Scatter!" And he pulled this grenade out of his pocket, pulled the pin, and he threw it amongst us. We run, and we hit the deck about 100 yards from where the revetment was. So we lay there for about 10 minutes. No noise, no explosion. So we went on back there. There was no beer and no Marine.
Did you plant those Marines out front who've applaud for you tonight there in the third row? Are those Marines, Henry? Right there, those. Oh, I see. I better keep my mouth shut. That's his CO, he just told me. Now that you've no doubt done a lot for the Seabees, but do you expect to get anything out of the service, Henry?
Yes.
What?
Me.
Well, have you tried slugging the Admiral? Well, even though your duties are different, I imagine the Seabees and the regular sailors go through the same maneuvers when they're ashore on a weekend pass, don't they, Henry?
Oh, no. It takes a sailor 2 hours to find a pinch in a part. It only takes a Seabee 10 minutes.
What do you do?
Build it.
And Henry, while you're building that bench, the Marines come along and take your girl away.
Oh, you don't know the CB.
No, but I know girls, huh? Well, you make an unusual couple, and if I ever need a park bench, I'll consult my attorney. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at the $3,000 question. Right now, I want you to listen carefully to what Fenneman has to say.
You know, it's a good feeling to have complete confidence in the automobile dealer you go to. No matter why you've come in, whether it's about a new car or just a simple repair job. And that's the way thousands of car owners all across the country feel about their DeSoto Plymouth dealer. The reason is that DeSoto Plymouth dealers try to treat a customer fairly and squarely every time. These dealers, in addition to having the best service facilities, handle 2 of the finest cars built. The DeSoto is a beautiful car with long, clean lines, and it's such a comfortable car to be inside as well as to drive. It starts with a twist of the ignition key. It lets you drive without shifting. And as you drive, you sit on comfortable chair-high seats. Your steering is feather light. Yes, a DeSoto means comfort. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the car that likes to be compared. So look for those 2 great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $3,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right. You each bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $3,000 question later on in the show.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous United States generals as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
Let's make it 10. Yeah.
10. 10? You have to split this swag with the CO out there? Huh? All right, what is the name of the general who commanded the Southern forces during the Civil War?
Robert E. Lee.
Robert E. Lee is correct.
And you fellas are on your way. You now have $30.
You got $30. Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
29.
29, man. Now, what is the name of the general who commanded the Union forces during the Civil War?
Grant.
Grant is right.
Well, you fellas are really climbing now. You have $59.
You got $59. Here's your third question. How much of the 59 you're going to go for?
Shoot it all? No, this is the third question?
This is the third question.
Let's make it 58.
$58. Okay. What is the name of the general who commanded the American Expeditionary Forces in World War I?
Pershing.
Pershing is right.
You're climbing, man. You have $117.
All right, you got $117. I didn't know Fenneman could count that accurately.
Scared me, too.
This is your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the money you're going to go for? $117.
Shoot the works.
Shoot the works, huh? He's right back in the battleship. What is the name of the general who wrote the book Crusade in Europe?
Dwight Eisenhower.
Eisenhower!
Well, you fellas, you wind up with a grand total of $234.
Thanks for the luck. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I take no chances.
Yeah? Gotcha, the secret word is still book.
Book, huh?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a produce clerk, Max Candiotti, and his partner is a housewife from the studio audience, Mrs. Paulette Tidrow. Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Max Candiotti, eh?
Yes.
And Mrs. Paulette Tidrow.
That's right.
Produce clerk and a housewife, huh? Mrs. Tidrow, where are you from?
I'm originally from Lincoln, Nebraska.
Mm-hmm. And Max, where are you from?
Bronx, New York.
How long you been out here, Max?
Since 34.
Mm-hmm. You like it here?
Yeah, I like it pretty good.
That's a qualifying compliment, we call that, right? Why did you leave the Bronx?
Oh, it's getting a little warm.
Is it safe for me to delve further into this, or should I quit now? You mean it was getting hot for you there? The heat was on, Max? Okay, I won't grill you. How long have you been married, Paulette? I'll call you Paulette, huh?
Oh, 5 long and happy years.
And how many short and miserable ones? I'm only kidding. One look at you and I can tell you that you're deliriously happy. Now, you say that you're a produce clerk, Max?
Yes, sir.
I've often heard the word produce. Just what does it mean?
Well, produce is fruits and vegetables.
Then actually you're a fruit and vegetable clerk, is that it?
That's right.
Why didn't you say so in the first place? How does a produce clerk meet his wife? Did you like her looks, so on Valentine's Day you sent her a dozen cauliflowers?
No.
Well, did her carrot top appeal to you?
Oh, she's a brunette.
I'll root something out of this guy. Was it her peaches and cream complexion?
No.
Didn't she care a fig for you?
No.
Well, I guess it's true. You can't get blood out of a turnip. Okay, I give up. How did you meet this tomato?
In a fruit market.
Do you have any children, Max?
Yes.
Where's your vegetable market?
Vaughn's Grocery Market in Inglewood.
Now, how do you keep fruits and vegetables fresh, Max? For example, how do you keep broccoli fresh?
Well, broccoli comes fast freight from Imperial Valley.
Hmm.
If it's picked in the morning, it'll be on your table the same evening.
I don't think so. I hate broccoli. I only eat it on hollandaise, that's all. Now, what frauds do you look for when buying vegetables, Paulette?
Oh, I look for worms in the apples, or rotten bananas, or pears with spots on them.
That's what you look for when you're buying vegetables. Now, what do you look for when you're buying fruit?
I just told you.
I guess I was listening to some other program. What are some of your complaints against customers, like Paulette, next?
Well, they come in, and first thing they wrestle with the tomatoes. They throw them all around.
They're not in there to buy vegetables. Well, you two make a wonderful combination, and I now pronounce you Combination South. Now, let's see how you make out in the race for the $3,000. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 no more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The CB and the attorney won $234.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Radio Masters of Ceremonies. Now, how much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
$10? All right. Who is the quiz master on People Are Funny?
Art Linkletter.
Art Linkletter is right. You have $30. Remember, you're going for $3,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to try?
20.
$20. Who asked the questions on Double or Nothing?
Walter O'Keefe.
Walter O'Keefe.
You're climbing now. You got $50.
You got $50. How much of the 50 are you going to bet?
40.
All right, here's your third question. Who is the MC on Queen for a Day?
Jack Bailey.
Jack Bailey is right. $90. You got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much did you bet?
85.
85. Who is the quiz master on Truth or Consequences?
Ralph Edwards.
You're running up the grand total of $175.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho?
Yes.
Secret word is still book.
Book.
We invited some school teachers and some expectant fathers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience here selected Patricia Cronin and Gil Sumner, and here they come now. Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx. Right there.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. You're a right pretty girl.
Oh, thank you.
Looks like somebody in the movies. I don't know who it is. I know it isn't me, but... Miss Pat Cronin, you're a school teacher?
Yes, sir.
My gosh, why did I ever quit, huh? Whereabouts?
I teach at Dakota Street School.
Where are you from, Pat?
I was born in Los Angeles.
I never had a teacher look like you. And you're Gil, huh? Gilbert, I imagine, is your full name, huh? You're the expectant father? Now, where are you from, Gil?
I was born in San Francisco, Mr. March.
Uh-huh. Whereabouts?
Well, I don't remember. I left San Francisco.
Well, you were pretty young at the time. What sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm with the Los Angeles branch office of the Information and Education Division of the Secretary of Defense.
When the job is that long, the money must be very short. Huh? Is this your first experience at fatherhood, Gil?
It sure is.
Well, if you're an expectant father, what are you doing here?
Well, my wife's not expecting for a few days yet.
How do you know it'll be in a few days?
Well, that's what the doctor says.
How do you know the doctor isn't talking through his stethoscope? Now, what preparations have you made for this new arrival? It may be here any second, you know.
Well, I've gotten a layette, and a crib, a trailer tot, and a box of cigars, and...
A box of cigars?
Well...
You got a box of cigars for that kid? That's kind of silly. It may be a girl. What else have you got for the youngster?
Well, I made arrangements for my mother-in-law to come over and help take care of it, and take care of my wife. And,
she'll probably smoke the cigars.
Well, I got some blankets and, bottles and lots of diapers and...
How many diapers have you got?
Oh, about a half a dozen.
Nothing's too good for that kid, huh? And that's just about what he's getting, huh? Are you sure half a dozen will be sufficient?
Well, I guess so. We're going to use a diaper service.
That ought to be enough. Half a dozen diaper services, I think, will do it. By the way, what does your wife do?
Well, right now she's expecting.
Well, it's an interesting occupation, huh? It's not very steady, but it's interesting. Now, how do you think the new baby will affect your daily routine?
Oh, it's going to make a big difference.
You might just as well get down to the YMCA because you won't be noticed, you know. However, if you want to be noticed, go to the YWCA. When do you think your baby will start talking?
Well, the book says about...
Pat, you and Dad just split $100 over there. Do you know anything about children, Pat?
Well, I think I do.
How many children do you have?
34.
You mean in school, of course.
Oh, yes, in school, in my room.
You couldn't have 34 children. You'd have to be at least 40. Unless you had 10 sets of quadruplets. Did you?
Oh, no.
What grade do you teach?
I teach the 3rd grade.
When do you think this future president will start talking, Pat? You know a lot about children.
Well, he should start saying the basic words at about a year old.
What are the basic words?
Mama and Dada, baby.
Kiss me, you fool. Pat, how come a pretty girl like you is still single? Have you thought of marrying the principal?
No.
Why not?
He's a man and he's married.
Well, the second answer is good enough for me, eh? Would you consider a CB with a park bench? Now, as a school teacher, I'm sure you've had many interesting experiences. Can you recall any that you could tell us, Pat?
Well, yes, a recent one that happened. It was about 3 weeks ago, and the principal came out to my room after school, and he said...
No fool. Married or no married, he's no fool.
And he said, Miss Cronin, he said, we've got to get to work here, and we've got to teach some spelling to these children.
He still calls you Miss Cronin after all these years?
Oh, yes.
Not even Pat or Patricia?
No.
Are they that stylish in school? All that formality goes on?
Well... He called me Miss Cronin. And he came out to my room, and he had this piece of paper, and I couldn't figure it out. And here it was in this whole envelope. It had my name on the outside of it. So I opened it up, and here it said, Dear Miss Cronin, I love you, honey. Love was spelled L-O-V, and honey was H-O-N-Y.
That's the way the principal spelled?
No, it was from one of the children.
Hey, Gil, have you got any news yet?
Oh, it's early yet.
Take it from an old hand. It's later than you think. Well, I've kidded you both, but I want you to know that with our younger generation in your hands, we have nothing to worry about.
Thank you very much.
Except the principal, eh? Now, we're going to play You Bet Your Life, beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $3,000 at the Soda Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The CB and the attorney are still ahead with $234.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nursery rhymes, and this will be a good example of what they teach you at that school, Pat. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
10.
Why did old Mother Hubbard go to the cupboard?
To get up for dog bone.
That's right. You're absolutely right, eh?
And they're off to a good start. They have $30.
Well, you're going for $3,000. Remember, that's the big money. Now, how much of the $30 you're going to bet on your second question?
25.
25? Well, it's up to you and Pappy over here. What did Peter Piper pick?
A peck of pepper pebbles.
A peck of pepper pebbles. Right.
And you now have $55.
You got $55, and here's your third question. How much of the 55 are you going to go for?
50.
50? It's all right with me. It's all right with Pappy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What couldn't Jack Sprat's wife eat?
Could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean.
That's right. Absolutely right.
Well, you've gone to $105.
You got $105, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Shoot the words.
100?
Shoot 100? Okay, shoot 100.
100?
100.
All right. What did little Jack Horner eat in the corner?
Sat in his corner eating his pudding pie.
That's right, or plum. Either one is correct.
Pie.
And you'll wind up with a grand total of $205. And that means the CB and the attorney with $234 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question.
right, well, give me the question now. In just a minute, we'll see if they're going to walk off with $3,000.
You know, to get all the joy out of driving your car that you deserve, whatever its make, whatever its year, it should be lubricated regularly. And there is no finer lubrication work done than at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Competent men do the job in a DeSoto Plymouth shop, and they have special information to help them. Things that aren't available in every Tom, Dick, and Harry's service shop. For example, they're furnished with special lubrication data that designate the dozens of places where lubrication is needed. In addition, they know the right lubricant for every part of the car, and also the right quantity. Add to this the skill of the men doing the work, the fair price charged, and the courteous attention you get at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Then you'll see why it will pay you to patronize a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the CB and the attorney all ready for that big DeSoto Plymouth question, Doctor.
All right, sailor, beware now. This is your big chance. You'll have more money than the CO if you win this. All right, here we go for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. Only 4 men signed both the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. One of these men was much older and more famous than the others. For $3,000, who was he? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
We guess Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin is right.
Did it.
Oh. Come on, sailor, what are you going to do with all that money? You're going to buy a battleship, I'll bet, eh?
Pay off the old GI.
Oh, are you? Well, let's see. You won $3,000 plus how much?
$234 in the quiz.
Say, you really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
When you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. You can't regulate the weather, but you can regulate your driving. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early afternoon as our scene opens now, and here in the kitchen of the small house, halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. Mother and son are standing beside the gas stove, and the latter, who is removing his cap and mackinaw, is saying protestingly,
I'm a person that think I call these special teachers' meetings.
This was one afternoon I thought I could entertain my Thimble Club ladies and not be interrupted.
I expect I ought to go crawl in some ditch when the principal calls a special teachers' meeting.
Mr. Corkle was here yesterday to read the gas meter. Mr. Gertner was here yesterday to check on the city water. The brickmush man was here yesterday to deliver brickmush. And Mr. Erickson was here yesterday to see about the back porches. I thought I had the 9 million different ones out of the way. But no, my Thimble ladies arrive, and Miss Apparat starts to read her paper on the big trees of California, and she no more than reads 2 sentences, and in thunders my little boy.
Well, Mom, I don't call these special teachers' meetings. Mr. Chinbunny does.
How does Mr. Chinbunny expect children to get an education? Every other day he calls a special teachers' meeting.
I feel guilty, and I can't put my finger on what I feel guilty about.
I gotta get back to my ladies.
Oh, I won't make any noise and disturb you, Mom.
I'll say you won't.
I got a great big physical geography assignment to study. It'll keep me busy clear up till 4 o'clock.
All right.
If it wasn't raining out, I wouldn't have come home at all.
Is it raining out?
Well, not exactly raining. Kind of a misty drizzle. You can see it on the window.
I guess Mother is mean to her baby.
Not at all.
Well, now I gotta get back to my ladies.
Okay.
If anybody comes to the door, try to keep them from talking too loud.
You bet. I'll explain that Mrs. Apparat is reading an essay on the big trees of California.
Yeah.
I'll explain that my mother's entertaining the Thimble Club ladies, and it's very important that she...
Oh, my.
Hi-ho-to-ho. My watch is running mighty slow.
Hi, Gus.
Hello, Rush. Who is your pretty companion?
Did you ever know it to fail?
What a fine welcome this is. I wish I'd crawl in some viaduct and sod myself to sleep.
Bring work home from the office?
Yes, I'm a beast and a rudder.
My Thimble Club ladies are in the living room.
I trust that your Thimble Club ladies enjoy robust health and that their
Can you work
appetites-
out here?
Yes, unless your Thimble Club ladies yell and screech and distract me.
Miss Apparat is about to read a paper on the big trees of California.
She'll enjoy that. When she concludes it, I hope the applause is light and languid.
Well, I gotta get back.
Fine.
Ladies will wonder what on earth's become of me. And you fellas can sit down here at the kitchen table, can't you, with your books and papers?
Sure.
And you'll be quiet as mice, huh?
You bet, Mom.
Raining outside.
Yeah, Rush told me.
Looks like it might rain the rest of the afternoon.
Uh-huh.
I was reading an article in last night's paper where it stated heavy precipitation is expected in North Dakota next spring. One of the leading weather forecasters in that vicinity predicts that the people can look forward to...
Funny man. Hey, I bet you thought I'd run out the back door and escape to Peoria. Most night I've been at my...
Hello, Elizabeth.
Oh.
Why are you home from school?
Mr. Chinbunny called a special teachers meeting.
He's a cook and should be fettered.
Yeah.
Stop saying yeah. I'd expect Papa to work. It's very melancholy to have such a slow-witted son.
Yeah.
Well, we have a nice afternoon for work. The rain outside falls softly and the atmosphere is conducive.
Hello, Uncle Fletcher.
Well, Rush, honey, old boy. You on deck, too, are they, Vic?
Greetings, Uncle Fletcher. By George, you're pretty as a pitcher.
That's right.
You look kind of wet.
I am kind of wet.
Your corduroy cap droops down.
My corduroy cap droops down. The knees of my pants sag. My shoes squeal out water when I stop down hard. And small lobules of rain tumble on my leather necktie.
That's great.
It's magnificent.
Oh, that. Come in, Rush.
Yeah, you can't roast me, Vic, honey. A joke rolls off my back exactly like a duck.
I think your mother yelled something, Harriet.
Yes, Ma'am?
Is there somebody coming in the kitchen just then?
Yes, Uncle Fletcher.
Hello, Uncle Fletcher.
Beg pardon? Mom called out, hello, Uncle Fletcher.
Oh, hello, Sadie.
How are you?
I'm wet.
Mom's got the Thimble Club ladies in the living room, Uncle Fletcher.
That's right, Rush. I've been riding on Gumbox's garbage wagon, Sadie. I scrounged down in the back of the half-wet wagon with a tarpaulin over my head, but she got too moist and steamy for me.
Miss Apparat's reading her paper now, Vic.
I was just telling Vic and Rush here my corduroy cap droops down, the knees of my pants sag, my shoes squeals out water when I stop down hard, and small lobules of rain tumble on my leather necktie.
Can Miss Apparat go in with her paper now, Vic?
Sure. Sadie's entertaining a crowd of women in the living room.
Is that a fact?
One of them is reading an essay. I guess we're expected to be quiet.
Yes, indeed. No, the way it is with me, I scrounged down in the back of Gumbox's garbage wagon with a tarpaulin over my head, but she was far from pleasant. You take the bed of a garbage wagon, she gets steamy in the rain. Man's not under the impression he's in any rose arbor.
What dear old pal this will turn out to be.
Anyway, I don't like potato peelings in my hair.
Hello, Mr. Sprawl.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sprawl, honey, old pal.
Yes.
Come in and close the door. Yeah, the rain, it's coming down pretty brisk outdoors. Shut the door, Sprawl. Look what I bought in the 10-cent store. Your baby bonnet? No. My daughter Florence sends away for my baby bonnets. She gets them in Syracuse, New York. I was born in Syracuse, New York. The other day you said you was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Yes. You were born in Boston, Massachusetts? I was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Well, where do you buy your baby bonnet? Syracuse, New York. Uh-huh. That's where I was born. Where? Syracuse, New York. Oh, the heck with it. No, but you take a man that scrounges in the bed of a garbage wagon with a tarpaulin over his head, he runs the risk of not being welcome in the gold and silver drawing room of your fastidious rich woman. Yeah, I imagine. Here's what I bought in the 10-cent store. What, Mr. Sprawl? I got it underneath my shawl. That looks like a waterproof baby bonnet, Sprawl. It is. Only waterproof baby bonnet ever to come out of Toledo, Ohio. I thought you bought your baby bonnets in Boston, Massachusetts. Yes, but not my everyday baby bonnets. My everyday baby bonnets are by in St. Louis, Missouri. That's where I was born. St. Louis, Missouri? Yes. I see. Here's what I bought in the 10-cent store. A whistle? A siren. My daughter Florence told me to buy it. Then when I want a saucer of soup or a handful of peanuts with chocolate smeared on the outsides, I just blow my siren and my daughter Florence brings me what I want. Uh-huh. I'll let you hear what she sounds like. I don't think I do right now, Mr. Sprawl. Hey, Mr. Sprawl. Got a whistle, by George. Oh, Mr. Sprawl dropped in, Faith. He's got a siren. I bought this siren in a 10-cent store. Used to have a siren I bought in Baltimore, Maryland. I was born in Baltimore, Maryland. So was I. Yes, I know you were.
Mrs. Everett would like to read her paper.
Okay. No, but getting back to that other nonsense, I don't know of any sure way for a man to lose his popularity with the rich and fashionable velvet draped drawing room women than to scrounge down the back end of the garbage wagon under a tarpaulin on a rainy day. I hear another guest coming. Uh-huh. Piece of bacon rind stuck in your chin and a stalk of celery plastered against your ear, and the fashionable ladies lose interest right now. Hello, Mr. Custard.
Oh, yes.
Why, Jimmy Custard, by George.
Hello, Mr. Emerson. Hello, Mr. Farrell. Good afternoon, Mrs. Jackson. Are you the lady of the house?
No, I live across the alley.
I need to collect some statistics.
Close the door, Jimmy, old pal.
This is terrible.
Yes, Jimmy, close the door.
Well, I'll close it, Uncle Fletcher.
Yeah, do that, Rush. Jimmy is confused.
He sure is if he thinks Mr. Sprawl is the lady of the house.
I think I'd better identify myself, Mr. Emerson. I am the city calistalker.
I know you are.
Where are my transparent glasses, my iron-bound notebook? Oh, here's my iron-bound notebook. Oh, look out, it's slipping. Oh.
That's the heaviest notebook I ever heard of.
The city calistalker needs a heavy notebook. If you haven't got a heavy notebook, you can't collect statistics. I collect statistics. I'm the city calistalker. Mrs. McDermott, hello.
Hello.
This is terrible.
What are you talking about?
Oh, yes.
I guess I'll blow my siren.
No, I don't think I would, Mr. Sprawl.
This siren I bought in a 10-cent store. But I did own a siren I bought in Lebanon, Indiana. That's where I was born. That's where I was born. Mighty glad to hear it.
Hey, my notebook slipping again.
Right, George, nothing like a rainy day for excitement.
Hello, Mr. Montgomery.
Hello, Mr. Custard.
I am the city calistalker.
Yes, I know you are.
I didn't notice you come in the kitchen, kiddo.
I didn't either, Ma.
Oh, I thought I'd stroll out. Hello, Uncle Fletcher.
Hello, Lady Honey.
How are you, Mr. Sprawl?
I was born in Somerset, Kentucky.
Uh-huh.
I'm the city calistalker.
I know you are. Is everybody having fun?
Oh, yes.
Which concludes another brief visit at the small house halfway up in the next block.
True
hand lotion with the Beforehand Extra and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. No man is well-dressed unless his hair is well-groomed. So take the tip. Try the way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, helps stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routes loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you like to eat? Meat to eat? Archie the man should think. Right away. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Look, I just got quite a compliment. Yeah, the glass eater from the circus was in. He says our blue plate special lunch was delicious. Yeah, he left the luncheon at the plate. Well, Duffy, in his business, you know, he can't take chances with his stomach. Another thing, the inspector from Weights and Measures was in, you know, and complained about the size of our whiskey jiggers. Yeah, he said they was too small, so I tricked him. I gave him a drink of our bar rye, and then he complained the jiggers was too big. Well, look, Duffy, I'm going down to the bank to make a deposit. Well, yeah, nothing like having a little dough put aside. I quit smoking and stopped going to movies and quit buying fancy clothes, been keeping away from dames. Yeah, for the first time, I'm really enjoying life. Yeah, so, can I have an hour off to go to the bank? I can't. Now, look, Duffy. You know, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, and I've been meaning to ask you, did St. Patrick chase you out of Ireland? Huh? Go soak your head.
Miss Archie, did I hear you say you was taking an hour off?
Why not? It's my turn.
How you figure?
You had an hour off last year. Besides, it's rather urgent, you know. I have an important appointment with my bank. I'm making a deposit.
How much?
$10. And you know what? $10 ain't hay.
Nowadays, it ain't even money.
All right.
Which bank are you going to?
Well, that's my big problem, finding a bank that I can trust.
That's a switch. Up till now, your big problem was finding a bank that would trust you. How come you're getting so thrifty all of a sudden?
Well, I think a guy should look out for his future, you know. You never can tell when disaster is liable to strike.
Like what?
Oh, sickness, accident, marriage. Now, take you. How much do you make a week?
Including tips?
Yeah.
Nothing.
And out of that, how much do you save? Practically nothing. But I'm going to be different. No more throwing dough away, like on dames. You know, look what it cost me to go out last Saturday night.
You mean with dollar snapping?
Yeah. Joe's diner wasn't good enough for her. She has to go to one of them high-class places where there's dining and dancing.
Cost you plenty, huh?
You know how them jukeboxes eat up nickels. Another thing I'm going to cut down on is me rent. Why do I need a 6-room apartment?
How much did it cost you?
$20. $9 a month.
That much?
Well, I rented it when the apartments were scarce and I got stuck with a lease. Now, so from now on, I'm going to be known as Thrifty Archie. I'm going to put a little something aside, you know. Eddie, we can all take a lesson from the squirrels, you know. All year round, they're busy storing up nuts. Hello, Finnegan.
How's things, George?
Finnegan, you see before you a new Archie.
Oh, did you get a good trade-in on the old one?
Finnegan, what I mean is I'm trying to figure out how to cut down the cost of living.
Well, that's simple.
Oh, yeah? How do I do it?
Drop dead.
I'm afraid your method is a little too roundabout.
Well, there's two sides to that question.
What do you mean?
I'm a little off-center.
You stand there, too, don't you, buddy?
Yes,
You might
I
have gotten
do.
a laugh if I'd read the right line there, too.
That I know.
Want to try it again?
Yeah, well, there's two sides to that question.
Where do you stand?
I am a little off-center.
That I know. But take your case, for instance, Finnegan. Do you manage to save any money?
Oh, certainly. For instance, every time we weigh ourselves, me and me kid brother save a penny.
How?
We both get on the scale at the same time.
You both can. Then how can you tell what each one weighs?
Simple. We divide by 2.
And that don't make no sense. One of you has to weigh more than the other.
What's the difference, Arch? It's all in the family.
He's a little off-center. Look, after you save these pennies, what do you do with them?
Oh, I go to Coney Island and have a good time.
Yeah, and you never think of saving anything for a rainy day, though, huh?
Who wants to go to Coney Island on a rainy day?
Finnegan, I'm beginning to conclude that you don't know nothing about economics.
Well, I could have told you that.
Well, would you like me to explain the economic system to you?
Is there any way I can get out of it?
No.
Then please do.
Okay. We'll start with money.
Yeah.
Now, take the dollar, or as it is known today, the $half. Now, if you put it in a bank, they pay you 1% interest.
But how can they make money that way?
Well, they lend it back, the inn charge you 6%. See? That is, of course, unless you're very poor. If you're poor, the bank don't charge you the 6%.
How come?
They don't lend you the money in the first place. Does that answer your question?
I think so, except for one minor point.
What's that?
What's the economic system?
I think I'm wasting my time. Look, Eddie, keep an eye on the joint while I get down to the bank, will you?
Hey, can I go along with you?
What do you want to go to the bank for?
I'd just like to stand there and drool.
Well, here we are, Eddie. The 3rd Avenue Bank and Trust Company.
Yeah. Look what it say on the window. Assets $36 million.
Little did they know that in a few minutes they'll have to add $10 to that sign. Now, leave us find the president's office.
That is right there. See that? See? J.B. McIntosh, president.
J.B. McIntosh. Think I should just call him J.B.?
Why not? He'll probably call you by your initial. You know how it is with them presidents.
Anyway, leave us go in. Mr. McIntosh?
Yes?
Sir, I am a potential depositor. Do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Not at all.
Well, nothing personal, but can you prove to me that your bank ain't crooked?
I beg your pardon?
Come, McIntosh. You know what I'm driving at. Do you maintain a fiduciary balance to offset diminishing debentures on the fiscal?
I don't understand.
What he want to know is if he put it in, do he get it out?
Thank you, Eddie. What's your answer to that one, McIntosh?
Young man, you can take your money out at any time unless you put it in our Christmas club.
Oh, what happens then?
Then the money can't be taken out till next December.
Can't, huh? Suppose there are redundant circumstances.
Sorry, but we're very strict. You see, some of our depositors are weak and spineless and haven't enough character to resist temptation.
Mr. Archie, give the man the money.
What amount did you plan to deposit, young man?
Well, I was planning something in the general neighborhood of $10.
$10?
Yes.
Oh, goody! Now we can build that annex.
Well, Finnegan, we're back from the bank.
Don't bother me, Arch. I'm busy taking care of a customer.
Oh, a customer. Good. What's he buying?
Nothing. He's selling me a watch.
Oh, let me see that. Hey, let me look at that watch. Hey, pretty good. What do you want for it, stranger?
$10.
You got a deal. Will you trust me till Christmas?
What's your offer, Bud?
Me? $2. Cash.
Brother, you bought yourself a watch. So long, fellas.
Finnegan, how can you be such a jerk, letting that guy sell you such a crummy watch? I'll bet it don't even run.
Well, if it don't, the laugh's on him.
How come?
I can't tell time.
Some people just never learn.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hey, nice watch you got there, Finnegan. Would you like to sell it?
Oh, maybe.
How much?
Well, I want 5, but I'll take 10.
You want 5, but you'll take 10, huh? What do you say we split the difference?
Okay, it's your deal. $3. Hey, that's pretty good, huh, Arch? I paid 2 and I get 3.
Yeah, Joe, what are you going to do with the watch?
Give it to my girl.
A cheap watch like that?
Arch, it's not the watch, it's the sentiment. Besides, a watch like that on my girl's wrist will get everyone to notice her hands.
You can say that again.
Well, naturally, Arch. After all, she has lovely hands. Trouchet, you know.
I know.
And there's nothing like Trouchet to care for hands, because Trouchet is the before-hand lotion. Something really different in hand lotions. You can use it before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in water. And Trouchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Trouchet, and get an all-around hand lotion that gives you beforehand protection, something no ordinary lotion gives you. Get Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hey, Art.
Yeah?
If you buy a watch for $2 and you sell it for $3, how much do you make?
50%.
How much do they pay you in the bank?
1%.
Gee, Arch, I wish I had your brains.
Don't be sarcastic. At least in the bank, I know the money is safe. That is, I think it is. Eddie.
Yeah?
I'm just thinking, when we was down to the bank, did you notice that cashier?
What about it?
You notice he always kept his hat on? And that president, that McIntosh, I wonder. Give me that phone. Hello? Third Avenue Bank and Trust Company? Look, would you kindly peek into Mr. McIntosh's office and see if he's still there? He is? Okay, thank you. Well, that's that.
Hey, Miss Archie, ain't that Max the bookie over there?
Max the bookie?
The guy from the racetrack?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's heard I got money.
Arch, Sweet Sue in the third race.
He heard.
Look, Max, I quit betting the horses. I don't want no more of them phony tips.
Phony?
You heard me. That last horse you give me. When a race starts, he has to run in the wrong direction. Then when he gets halfway around the track, he faints.
Well, it was the shock, Arch. It was the first time he'd ever seen other horses face to face.
Yeah, well, what about that other short thing? The one where you told me the jockey was your own brother. The horse was full of Benzedrine. The judges was all fixed. How come I lost on that one?
Well, Arch, can I help it if somebody pulls something crooked?
Look, Max, you're wasting your time. I'm through betting on horses. I got me money safely tucked away in the bank.
You put it in the bank?
Yeah.
What odds did they give you?
They didn't give me no odds.
You mean they only give you even money? What is the world coming to?
Look, Max, get out of here, will you? You're wasting your time.
Okay. Maybe some of your pals would like to make a few bucks, huh? How about you, Bud?
Not me. Last horse I bet on, he came in so late at night he had to tiptoe into the stable.
Well, okay, gents. Just remember what I told you. Sweet Sue in the third.
Are you kidding, Sweet Sue? He couldn't run his way out of a paper bag.
Well, then what about Blue Boy in the fourth?
Blue Boy, strictly a nag.
Okay. How about this one in the 6th? A horse called Money in the Bank.
Max, I'm not gonna... Money in the bank.
What?
It might be a hunch.
Yeah, Max, are you sure this is a good tip?
Oh, I figured it out according to my system.
What system?
Well, don't you remember? Who gave you Valdina Mall in the Gold Cup?
You did.
And who gave you Speed King in the Preakness?
You did.
Who gave you Lady Luck in the Kentucky Derby?
You did, but so what? All them horses lost.
Well, Arch, no system is perfect.
Hey, look, this horse, this Money in the Bank.
Yeah?
What's the odds on him?
4-1. And, brother, you can put your shirt right on his nose.
Won't that interfere with his breathing?
Wait a minute, Max.
Huh?
You're a bookie. If this horse is such a hot tip, how come you're willing to bet against yourself?
I'm the friendly type. You see, you guys are all pals of mine. I'd like to make you happy.
Well, that's good enough for me. I'll bet $3 on him.
Okay, you want to bet him to win?
What do you think, to lose?
Finnegan, you're making a big mistake, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah? Like I did with the watch, huh?
Okay. Play, Gypsy. Dance while you may. Turn the radio on, Eddie, and leave us see what happens.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And now the horses are rounding the first turn. It's Skyrocket out in front, followed by Sea Breeze, Lady Pilot, and Money in the Bank.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
As J.P. Bonham says, there's one born every minute.
Now they're in the straightaway. It's Skyrocket, Sea Breeze, and Money in the Bank, moving up into third position.
To quote Benjamin Franklin, a penny saved is a penny earned.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
And now it's neck and neck, Skyrocket and Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin felt that a modest return on a modest investment was always necessary.
And here comes Money in the Bank. It's Money in the Bank by one length.
Benjamin Franklin...
And now it's Money in the Bank by 2 lengths.
Attaboy, Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin...
And Money in the Bank is the winner.
Oh, boy, the winner.
Yeah, and 4-1. Did you hear that, Mr. Archie?
That stinking Benjamin Franklin.
Look, I think I'll call up my mother and tell her the good news.
You're going to spend a nickel to call your mother?
Oh, I made $12.
See? Easy come, easy go. These horse players is all alike. Go ahead, throw away your nickel.
No answer.
Someday you'll listen to your old Uncle Archie.
I guess I better hang up. Hey, look! Look, a hat full of nickels. Oh, boy.
What was you saying, old Uncle Archie?
Okay, scoff me, but I still say me money's going to stay in the bank.
Archie, bonsoir, mon chéri.
Well, Rennie, I ain't seen you in a long time.
Did you miss me, Archie?
Yeah, now that I see you, I realize how much of you I've missed. You lost a little weight, didn't you?
Yes, I've been taking reducing pills.
Reducing pills, huh? Wonderful how them little pills know just what to leave alone. Look, Rennie, ain't this kind of a surprise visit, though?
Well, I was thinking about you, and I felt a little lonesome.
Oh, I thought maybe you heard I got money in the bank.
You have money in the bank?
Yes, in a Christmas fund.
Oh.
Yes, you see, a friend of mine, Mr. McIntosh, the president of the bank, Mr. McIntosh says I gotta keep it there.
You mean you can't take the money out till Christmas?
Well, Mr. McIntosh says
Archie, why wait till December when it could be Christmas tonight?
Rennie, you mean...
Yes, we could dance together, and you could hold me real close in your arms.
But Mr. McIntosh says the bank has a rule that...
Then later on in the evening, we could go someplace where we could be all alone. Just the two of us.
Hello, McIntosh. Merry Christmas. Look, McIntosh, this is Archie. I got me my... Hello? I think I'd better go down there in person. Rennie, please, wait here, though, in the meantime, will you? And don't lose the mood.
But, Mr. Archie, would Benjamin Franklin approve of you spending your money this way?
Eddie, Benjamin Franklin was a much older man than I am.
Archie, the answer is no.
But, Mr. McIntosh, you're a banker. You got a heart, ain't you?
Who, me?
Look, Mr. McIntosh, I'd like you to meet me brother.
Hello. This is your brother?
Well, things are tough all over. That's why I need the money, sir. You see, me brother here has to have a delicate brain operation.
Brain operation?
Yes, they've got to remove it. Yeah, the doctor says it's cluttering up his thoughts. And it ain't only the operation, Mr. McIntosh. He's got other troubles. His wife just come back from Chicago with a little bundle in her arms.
Yeah, poor dame's got to do her own laundry.
You had enough, McIntosh?
Archie, the answer is no.
Mr. McIntosh, take another look at me brother here. How would you like me to go around telling people he's a director of this bank?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I know when I'm licked. Here's the $10.
Well, Rennie, looks like we're all set.
You had the money?
Yep. Now, where do we start tonight? You name it, honey.
Nah, you name it.
Nah, you name it.
The Stock Club.
Okay, I'll name it. Look, why don't we just go to Joe's Diner?
Joe's Diner? But Archie, it's so cold there. I think I'd be much warmer at the Stock Club.
Excuse me a minute. Eddie, the dame wants to go to the Stock Club.
So what?
I only got $10. I got to get some more money.
Arch, stumblebum in the 7th.
Max, are you still here?
Archie.
Just a minute, Rennie. Max, this stumblebum, is it a good horse?
Arch, I would bet him if he was running against my own mother.
Yeah? Okay, here's the $10. Put it on his nose. Eddie, look in the racing form and see what it says about the 7th race.
7th race. Let me see. It says, Fly Away should win easily.
Mm-hmm.
Paperboy will be right there at the finish.
Mm-hmm.
Buzz Bomb, the one to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Beskett has won 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Stumblebum,
Yes?
very fond of apples.
Is that all?
No, say here, in his last race, Stumblebum finished in the money.
Finished in the money, huh?
Yeah, he jumped the rail and crashed into the $2 window.
Just a minute, Rennie. I got a horse running in the next race. I got to listen to it on the radio.
Yes, folks, it's the 7th race, and the horses are at the starting gate. All except Stumblebum. He's having a hard time getting there. The walk from the paddock seems to have tired him out.
Max, I think I should have bet on your mother.
Well, now the horses are all lined up. Stumblebum is leaning against the starting gate.
He's leaning?
Well, he's saving his energy.
Oh.
There's quite a crowd out here at the track today, and... Wait a minute. What's that? There must be a storm coming up. Sounds like thunder. No, I'm wrong. It's just Stumblebum snoring. Stumblebum seems to be having a little trouble with his legs. He's down on one knee.
Max?
Well, you see, he's just going into a crouch for a good start.
Oh.
Well, we're all ready to go, folks. And they're off. It's Fly Away, Paper Boy, Buzz Bomb, Bread Basket, and Stumble Bum is coming up fast.
You hear that? He's coming up fast.
Yes, sir. Stumble Bum gets up off his knees and breaks into a fast jump.
He's a slow starter.
Oh.
And now at the quarter pole, it's Fly Away, Paper Boy, Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket. And Stumble Bum is bringing up the rear.
I had to bet him on his nose. Stumble Bum, get going, will you?
Coming into the far turn, it's still Fly Away, Paper Boy, Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket.
Stumble Bum, where are you?
Probably stopped to ask directions.
And now as they cross the finish line, it's Fly Away, and then Paper Boy, and Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket. What a race this was, folks. A lovely day and a record attendance. And for you folks who are leaving the track and driving home, the officials ask you to please drive carefully. And Stumble Bum. And now a word about tomorrow's races.
Archie,
Yeah?
what about our dinner date?
Well, Rennie, as I told you, I was going to take you to the Stork Club and have champagne and caviar and crepe Suzettes and quail.
And Stumble Bum.
Eddie, please. But unfortunately, I'm broke. So how about a little dinner here at the tavern, huh?
Archie, I just remembered. I have another appointment.
Wait a minute, honey. Just a minute. I'll get the dough. Finnegan, look, you still got the $12 you won?
Yeah?
You still got the hat full of nickels?
Well, sure.
Well, let me have it, quick.
Well, what do you need it for? You got money in the bank.
Oh, Monsieur Finnegan.
Yeah?
How would you like to take me to the Stork Club?
Can we get by on $12?
I think so. Good night, Archie.
Sleep tight.
That Finnegan, what a jerk. You see, Eddie? That's the way it is with them horse players. Once a sucker, always a sucker.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless. Or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is radio's Mr. District Attorney, friends, inviting you to hear one of the most human and gripping stories we've ever presented. It's the case of Send the Homeless on Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Tomorrow we celebrate the birthday of George Washington, and the anniversary of our first president will not go unnoticed in the Riley household. As a matter of fact, the other day, 13-year-old Junior Riley was rehearsing a speech to be delivered at school in honor of the occasion.
And this day marks the birth date of...
Morning, Peg. Say, where's my purple socks?
Or this date marks the birth date of one of our truly great Americans.
Hey, who's that on the radio?
It's not the radio. It's Junior rehearsing a speech.
Speech?
He is a man whose very name has become a symbol for perseverance, integrity, and truth. And so, on this 22nd day of February, we salute him.
The little darling's mixed up. My birthday ain't till April.
Quiet, dear.
We come assembled here to revere the memory of the man who is the father of our country.
Listen to him exaggerate. I ain't even the father of a city. 2 kids is all I got to my name.
He's talking about George Washington.
Oh.
Hiya, Pop.
Oh, son, that's a fine speech you got there.
Oh, you like it? I have to deliver it for my public speaking class.
Yeah, I like the way you say it, too. Your mouth has got very nice acoustics.
Well, you better get to school, Junior.
Well, so long.
Now, wait a minute, son. Did I ever tell you the story of George Washington chopping down the cherry tree with his little hatchet?
Every year, Pop.
For the last 10 years.
Well, it won't do him no harm to hear it again. It teaches you how important it is to always tell the truth.
Well, Pop, I'll be late for school.
So what? Tell your teacher the alarm clock didn't go off.
Oh, fun. Is that your idea of teaching him the truth?
I was only testing him. Okay, son, go on, go to school.
Okay, so long.
Yeah, wait a minute. You're limping.
Oh, it's nothing. I hurt my ankle last night in the basketball. Oh.
Junior, you were playing basketball last night.
Oh, I had to.
But you promised you'd stay home and do your algebra.
Well, it was an important practice.
Algebra is more important than basketball. Basketball won't help you get a job when you graduate. Some big executive will ask you, what kind of work can you do, Mr. Riley? All you'll be able to do is stand there in front of him and dribble.
I'm sorry. I'll do my algebra during lunch.
Now, what hurts most is you lied to me. You told a lie. After all the times I told the story about the cherry tree.
It won't happen again.
For 10 years I've been pounding that hatchet into your head. It didn't even make a dent.
Riley, he'll be late.
Okay, go on. But remember, you're staying in every night this week, and you're going to do algebra.
Oh, Pop.
And you're not going to leave the house.
Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes. Oh, Riley, you're right to reprimand him, but don't you think you were a little too harsh?
No, I want my kid to always tell the truth. That's one thing I set my dead head on. My head's dead set on. I better start with the plant. Right?
Well, be home early tonight, will you, dear? We're going to visit the Gilberts.
Oh, I can't. I got to work overtime, Peg.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dumplin'. I'd get out of it if I could, but this is a special job, and I promised the foreman. You know the job comes first.
Oh, yes, it does. You really can't get out of it?
No, it's impossible.
Well, all right, I'll go myself. But if you do get through early, dear, you'll come over, won't you?
I promise. Well, so long, Dumplin'.
Oh, Riley.
Yeah?
You're getting paid today, so pay the light bill during your lunch hour. We got our final notice. They may turn the lights off.
So what? Our furniture ain't much to look at. Okay, I'll pay it. Oh, say, Peg.
Yeah?
Yeah, you really think I was a little too tough with Junior?
Well, a little.
Yeah, but a boy who tells lies.
Oh, what boy doesn't?
Well, I never did.
I suppose you were a little angel when you were a boy.
I certainly was. I was a decent, well-grown-up kid, and I never told a lie, and, well, only once. I lied about my age. I said I was 16, just so as I could get into the burlesque show. They'd never let me in if they'd known I was only 8.
Okay, fellas, knock off now.
Well, what do you mean, knock off? It's only 9:30. You said we were going to work till midnight.
I know, Riley, but we run out of plates. Go on home, man.
Oh, okay. How you like that, Gillis? There's a foreman for you. He tells us we got to work late. Now he says go home. Suits me, Riley. Here I am, true at 9:30. The night is young. The missus thinks I'm waking till 12. What a setup. Hey, how about a stroll down the boulevard? Who knows? Maybe we'll pick up a couple of snappy numbers, huh? Gillis, you wouldn't do that. You're right. I wouldn't take the chance. That's how I met my wife. Well, let's go home. Come on. Say, I got an idea. Huh? There's wrestling at the arena around the corner. We got time to catch the main event. Hey, that is an idea. Who's wrestling? 2 dames. Dames? Yeah, big ones. I seen them before. Lady Pamela, the English bulldog, versus Countess Olga, the ox from the Volga. Oh, I'd like to see that. Yeah, where did you get a load of that Countess Olga? Yeah. What a bilk. I wish I had it. Yeah, well... Come on, Gillis, let's go. No, I can't go. Why not? Well, Peg's over at the Gilberts. I promised if I got through early, I'd drop in. Forget it. No, I can't. I promised. What's the matter? Afraid of your wife? Me? Me afraid of my wife? What's there to be afraid of? We got cops in this town. Well, then come on. But I promised that well, at least I ought to phone her. That's suicide. If you phone her, she'll make you come over. The only thing more dangerous than a wife on the phone is a wife face-to-face. Yeah, of course, if I didn't have a nickel, I couldn't phone, could I? And naturally, you ain't got a nickel, have you? No. Nothing smaller than 100. Okay, Gillis, if I haven't got a nickel, I haven't got a nickel. It's not my fault. Sure. Due to circumstances beyond our control, we are forced to be bachelors for the next couple of hours. Yeah, ain't it awful? Yeah. Well, shall we go, Kelly? After you, Tyrone.
Hello. Oh, hi, Walleye. Oh, nothing. I'm just staying home. Television? What? Fruity's Milk Bar? Well, I promised my father I'd stay in and study. Well, yeah, I finished studying, but I guess it'll be okay. Yeah, I'll see you there.
Well, what do you think of the set, Junior?
Say, it's great, Bertie. This is the only milk bar in town with a television set.
Yeah, and it sure helped business. All the kids are switching back to milk.
You can see it so clear.
And now here's a beautiful flying mare by Countess Olga, the ox from the Volga.
See, I never saw lady wrestlers before. They're pretty good.
Now Lady Pamela has picked Countess Olga up. She's spinning her. She's going to throw her out of the ring. Watch it, television fans. There she goes.
Hey, what happened? The screen went black.
It always happens at the best part.
Well, you can still hear the announcer.
The Countess landed right in the lap of the spectator in the second row. Oh, there's an argument going on. Hey, will you look at that, folks?
How can we, stupid?
And now Countess Olga is picking up that burly spectator bodily and throwing him into the ring. Now both ladies are slugging him. Oh, here come the police to break it up.
Oh, gee, we're missing all the fun, Bertie.
Well, I'll have it fixed tomorrow.
Oh, I wish I could have seen that big jerk being kicked around by those women. Well, good night, Bertie.
Walk a little slower, will you, Gillis? Boy, you sure are a mess, Riley. Oh, brother. What's the joke? You wouldn't laugh if 400 pounds of females tried to make hamburger out of you. Well, I should be frank, Riley. You brung this on yourself. Me? Yeah, you shouldn't have said what you did when the Countess landed in your lap. Well, what did I say? I just said, sorry, fatso, I'm married. Well, them Countesses is very sensitive. You should have seen her hate look when she was gouging your eye out. Those cops, I'm going to have the law on them. Where were you when they were tossing me out? Oh, I was talking to the promoter. He wants you to do it all over again next week. Not for $1 million, I wouldn't. I already quoted him a price of 25. Well, you got your nerve, and so is that promoter. I ought to sue him for damages. Damages? I never thought of that. Say, I think we got a case. You bet I got a case. There I was, minding my own business. When all of a sudden, a heavy object in pink tights with tassels, by the name Countess Olga, comes fatling through the air, causing great mental and physical anguish to Riley the plainster. To say nothing of breaking 4 cigars in my pocket, too. Therefore, because of being held up to public embarrassment by being dragged into the ring and repeatedly kicked in the head, the stomach, and ipso facto, especially there, I may never sit down again. Therefore, Riley the Plainstiff demands fiscal satisfaction to the tune of $100,000. Plus 10 cents for them 4 cigars. Riley, we as good as won the case. Now remember, as your witness, I get 50%. 50%? That's the usual fee for perjury. Riley, we'll make them pay through your nose. They made a fool out of you in front of 1 million people. Oh, no, wait a minute. There wasn't more than a couple of thousand people there. Television, Riley. The match was shown on television. You mean that everybody saw it? I'm suing for $200,000. $200,000? We ain't piping. Yeah, no, wait a minute. I can't sue. Why not? Well, I have to tell my wife. I was supposed to be working overtime, remember? She found out where I was. There's no telling what she'd do. We ain't afraid of her, Riley. Wait till we win the case and I give you your 50%. No, Gillis, I ain't suing. I'm keeping this quiet, even if I have to lie to my sweet little wife. So what? It won't be the first time. That's where you're wrong. There's one thing I ain't never done. That's lie to my wife. I ain't never lied to her in 17 years. Since that night I told her I loved her. Oh, hello, Journey. You still up? Where's your mother?
I don't know. I just got in.
What?
Well, please don't get sore, Pop.
You promised to stay in tonight and study.
Yeah, well, I studied like you told me, and I heard they had the wrestling matches, so I went.
Wrestling matches? That's a fine thing for a growing boy.
Oh, it's just on television. Lady wrestlers.
Yeah, that's... lady wrestlers? You saw the...
Yeah, Pop. What a riot.
Like I said, son, wrestling is a fine thing for a growing boy.
Oh, well, then you're not sore, Pop?
I can't afford to be. You did a naughty thing tonight, son. You fibbed, but I'm going to be big about this. I'm willing to overlook it.
Thanks, Pop. I knew you'd understand.
Yeah, sure, you little, darling. But your mother, she couldn't be as big as I am, so let's not make any trouble for you, darling. And let's forget all about wrestling and television and Countess Olga, the ox from the Volga. Let's just say that while I was working late tonight, you stayed in and studied, okay?
Okay, but why are you winking like that?
Playing dumb, huh? Well, two can play in that game. I'm great at it.
Okay, Pop. We'll just keep this quiet.
Yeah. Of course, you shouldn't have fibbed, but being you came to me like a regular little George Washington with a hatchet and confessed, as a reward, I'm giving you a little extra allowance. Where's my pay envelope? Oh, here. Here, Angel. $10.
$10 for me? Oh, God.
Yeah, now remember, you just forget about the whole thing, huh?
Oh, don't worry. For $10, I'd do anything. Why, I'd even wrestle that Countess Olga.
It's worth more. I said forget the whole thing. Now go to bed.
Okay. Good night, Pop.
Yeah, good night. Fine kid he turned out to be. A child prodigy. The youngest blackmailer in the United States today.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Oh, Ken,
Everywhere, people are changing to Prel, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Naturally, Prell's a growing favorite for two reasons.
First, you'll glory in the radiance of your hair when you shampoo with Prel, because Prel leaves hair far more radiant than old-fashioned soap or soap shampoo.
Second, you'll marvel at the way Prel goes after unsightly dandruff. Yes, doctors' examinations prove that Prel removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, and that regular Prel shampoos control it.
And how you'll love that handy Prel tube. It's safe, convenient, easy to use.
And Prel lathers in the hardest water. So for hair that's groomed well, shampoo with Prel.
Prell, Prel shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prell shampoo.
By Prel. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Oh, that you, Riley? How are you, dear? You left this morning while I was still asleep.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Hello, Peg.
What's the matter, dear? You seem so nervous. Anything wrong?
Well, no, nothing's wrong. If there's anything new, you find out anything interesting today? Did Junior say anything interesting?
Well, what do you mean? What should he say?
Well, nothing. Fine boy, that Junior. Well, supper ready, Dumplings?
In just a second. I just want to finish reading this.
Hey, you're reading the sports page.
Yeah.
What's new?
Oh, listen to this. Things really began to pop last night at the arena when Lady Pamela and Countess Olga teamed up against a burly male spectator.
Peg, let's eat, huh?
Despite the gorilla-like appearance of the impromptu gladiator...
Gorilla-like?
Oh, isn't this disgusting? Women wrestling, well, it ought to be stopped.
You're right, Peg, and those sports writers. It's guys like that which give us gorillas a bad name. Let's see.
Well, all right, dear. Will you light the oven for me, please?
Yeah, sure. Oh.
What's the matter?
I've got a pain in my ipso facto. My back.
Dear, I think you're working too hard. Now, like last night. No more overtime from now on. I know it's extra money, but you know I'm not that crazy about money. By the way, where's your pay envelope?
Here.
I got to make a deposit, and then I want to go down to... What? O'Reilly? You're $10 short.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I had to, well, naturally I'm short.
Well, why?
I worked overtime.
You work overtime, so you get less money?
Inflation. The dollar is only worth 40 cents.
Now, stop kidding. What did you do with the $10?
What did I do?
Yes, you must have done something.
Yeah, I must have.
Well, try to remember.
Suppose I said I lost it. All right, I won't say it.
Come on now, just think. Did you buy something, or... Wait a minute. Yesterday I told you to pay the light bill.
Well, that's it, the light bill. I paid the light bill.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, it just slipped off my mind.
You're sure you paid it now?
Peg, would I say it if it wasn't so? I distinctly remember yesterday during my lunch hour I made a special trip to the electric company. I worked... Who put out the lights?
They're out all over the house. But they must have cut off our electricity. You didn't pay that bill.
Well, I guess not.
Riley.
Now, wait, Peg. I didn't mean to lie. I just forgot.
A fine thing. No lights. Well, there's a candle in the drawer there. Light it.
Yeah, Dumpling. It'll be nice and romantic with only candlelight. Won't it, sweetheart?
Don't you sweetheart me. I only want to know what you did with that $10. Now, Riley, if you really lost it, just tell me you lost it.
All right, I lost it.
I don't believe you.
Oh, Peg.
Riley, this isn't like you. The only time you ever came home with money missing from your pay envelope was once, when you got into that... Chester, Riley. You played in that poker game at your plant again.
Oh, no, I didn't.
You promised me. You gave me your word of honor you wouldn't gamble.
Now, wait a minute. I tell you, I didn't play poker, and you've got to believe me. After all, this is America. A crook isn't guilty until you catch him. And you haven't caught me yet. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, Mrs. District Attorney. Oh, what's the use? I keep getting in deeper and deeper. I'll never be able to cover myself up now.
In that case, perhaps I can do the job.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
What are you doing around here, Digger?
I'm on my way home to listen to Truth or Consequences.
Oh, yeah, they have that walking man contest. You got any idea who this walking man is?
No, but I'm sure of one thing. He's not one of my customers. Care to toddle home with me, Riley?
No, I ain't in the mood. I had a big fight with my wife.
Ah, yes. Women can be difficult. When I was first married, I quarreled constantly with my wife, Brunhilde. You see, I hadn't decided on a profession yet. My wife insisted that I become a dentist. Imagine me filling cavities.
You didn't want to?
Heavens, no. I should fill a cavity for only $3. Brunhilde, I said, rather than become a dentist, I'll dig ditches first. Well, here I am today.
Well, my trouble started with the wrestling matches.
Personally, my sport is pugilism. As a matter of fact, I've boxed some of the biggest people in town.
You see, on account of the wrestling, I told my wife a lie, and you know how it is. One lie leads to another, and in the end, you're still lying.
Correction. In the end, you're lying still. What's your grammar?
I don't know what to do, Digger.
Take my advice. Go home. Go to your dear spouse and tell her the truth.
Well, I'll do it if you think it's best, Digger.
I've given you one way out, and that's more than I do for most people, believe me. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Peg?
Oh, so you're back.
Yeah, Peg, listen to me. I'm willing to confess. Only you got to let me off with a light sentence.
So you admit you were playing poker.
Oh, no, I wasn't playing poker. It cost me $10 on account of I went to see the wrestling matches.
Really? You can do better than that.
No, I'm doing my best now.
Come on now, Riley. You couldn't have gone to the wrestling matches last night. You were working late.
No, I wasn't. I can prove it. Ask Countess Olga.
Oh, now you went out with the Countess.
Well, she sat on my lap.
Oh, she sat on your lap.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Countess. She must have been desperate.
No, Peg, you don't understand. She's a wrestler, and we... Look, ask Junior. He'll tell you. Well, Junior, come in here. He saw me in television.
Junior wasn't out of the house last night. You told me so yourself.
I know, but that wasn't true. I mean...
You call me, Pop?
Yeah. Now you'll see, Peg. Now I'll prove it to you. Junior, you went out last night to see the television, didn't you? Now I want the truth.
Yeah.
You saw them lady wrestlers, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you saw me there, too, didn't you?
No.
Yeah, you see, Peg... No. Junior, give me back my $10.
Well, you see, Mom...
Now, you go to your room, Junior. There's no reason why you should be involved in this.
Okay, Mom.
Wait, now, Peg, listen.
Now, Riley, you might as well give up. Admit you played poker and be done with it.
But I tell you, I did... Don't. Okay, I admit it. I played poker. I played half the night. Hour after hour. I was a gambling fool. I admit it. I'm guilty. Guilty. Do you hear? I'm guilty. Take me to These seats all right, Dumplin'?
Oh, fine, dear. I prefer the balcony.
Yeah, I like this theater. They got good popcorn.
Now, don't eat it when the movie starts.
No. Oh, this is more like it, Dumplin'. You not being mad anymore, everything lovey-dovey like this.
Well, I'm not hard to get along with. But as your wife, I have a right to expect that you play fair and always tell me the truth.
Oh, correct, Dumplin', correct. And that's what you're going to get from now on, the whole truth.
in the world of sports.
Oh, the news is... Oh, dear, I dropped my gloves.
Gloves? Oh, well, I'll find them. Yes, sir, Peg. When a husband is married, he should always...
Dear.
Well, I learned my lesson, and what's more, I'll never play poker again like last night.
Shut up!
Losing $10 the way I did, that was awful. I was $40 ahead, then I had a royal flush, and... Oh, here, I found one glove.
Los Angeles wrestling fans got an unexpected treat the other night when lady wrestlers Calda Olga and Lady Pamela dragged an innocent spectator into the ring and made it a three-way contest. And folks, there he goes.
Chester Riley!
Now, here's your gloves. You see, I had this flush.
Look at that screen.
The screen? Oh, yeah, I'm looking. Look at that poor jerk. Those dames are sure giving him
Chester Riley, you were at those wrestling matches. You lied to me.
But, Peg, I told you that. You said I was... I tried to... If you... You're hanging an innocent liar.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. The choice of millions. That's Prell, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Mrs. Jack Fair of the Bronx, New York, says this about Prell.
It's hard to believe that a tube of Prell could make such a difference. Well, now my hair glistens with radiance, and embarrassing dandruff is under control. Prell's the perfect shampoo for me.
And it'll be Prell for you once you see how quickly Prell removes unglamorous dandruff. Leaves hair radiantly soft, smooth. Buy, try.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Junior.
Yeah, Pop.
Sit down, Junior, here beside me, son.
Well, sure, Pop.
Yeah, well, no, Junior, these last couple of days it's been pretty rugged, and tomorrow is George Washington's birthday.
Yeah, I know.
And you know, there's that story about George Washington and the cherry tree.
Oh, Pop, you're not going to tell it to me again.
No. This time you tell it to me. Boy, can I use it.
Invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Shipp. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker.
Oh, she wants the Duchess of her finery look just so. She washed them all as you want, washed them all as you want her, with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. The soap that's so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and dainty lingerie. And your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Prove it this week. Wash dishes with Ivory Snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll really know it's extra kind to fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow's the only soap, both ivory mild and in granulated form. Makes suds instantly and lukewarm, even in cool water. Your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps pretty lingerie and other nice things lovely longer.
Oh, wonderful ivory snow.
S-N-O-W. This is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo. Listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. The Life of Riley. And now stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog Islam, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em down store.
This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner has learned the secret of Cedric's sudden wealth. With the aid of the keys Diogenes Smith dropped in Cedric's car, Cedric took Abner back to the feed room and showed him how the printing press turned out not pamphlets, but crisp new $10 bills. He's sure that it is some magic power that enables him to do this. And after Abner tried the printing press with the same results, he was sure that he, too, possessed this magic power. As we look in on the little community today, we find these two big financiers in the Jot 'em Down store poring over the mail order catalog. Listen.
Let's see, tennis racket. Have we got a tennis racket wrote down on the order blank, Cedric, or Mr. Weehawk?
Yes, Mom, we still done got that, Mr. Peabody.
Oh.
Got a half dozen sorted sizes, don't you recollect?
Yeah, good.
Right after my football pants there.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Let's see. Hey, doggies. Here's a picture in the catalog, some shoes I'd love to get for my woman, Elizabeth. White ones that's laced up nice and high. She could wear them for Sunday, be awful pretty.
Which ones do you mean there?
Yeah, these right here, right there. Only trouble with them, they got a pair of roller skates fastened on the bottom, but I reckon she could take a hammer and knock them things off of there.
Hey, them looks good, don't
they? Yeah, awful pretty.
Believe I'll get you to order me a pair of them, too.
You?
Yes, Mom. Well, I'm going to leave the roller skates on mine. Boy.
Leave them on?
Yes, Mom. Be awful handy, I believe. Just get up in the morning and put on your shoes, and you'd have your roller skates on all ready to go. Just skate right out to the dining room and eat your breakfast.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, well, Cedric, I don't know what you'd want with roller skates, old. You done got a automobile, and you ordered 2 bicycles so far, and a motorcycle, and a scooter. What do you need with roller skates?
Well, I just like to travel, Mr. Abner. I'm sort of a gypsy, I believe.
Gypsy?
Yes, Mom. I believe that's what I am. See if there's any gypsy costumes in the catalog.
Well, I don't reckon there is, but I'll look and see. I see, Shrek, I better look down in the index here. Might be easier to find it that way.
Might be under gypsy suits.
Yeah, let me see.
Might get a zoot suit, too, while I'm at it.
Gypsy. How do you spell that?
See, I ain't for sure. All I know for sure is that it starts with a J.
Well, natural, I know that myself. Let's see, J, jackets, jerseys, jewelry, jigsaws.
I'd have a jigsaw, too.
Jumper patterns. No gypsy, Cedric.
Oh, doggone it anyway.
Well, I'm glad they ain't. You couldn't go running around no gypsy outfit no way, Cedric. Besides, I'm getting tired of writing down stuff on these order blanks. I believe we ordered enough for today. Let's quit.
Oh, how much we got ordered there so far?
Well, let's see. 2 pair of shoes there. Them things is $7.95 a pair. Put them
Sure,
down.
how much there?
Let's see now. 7 and 4 is 14.
Wish there's more than that.
Carry 1. 1 and 9 is 10. And 4 and
You'd like to have a gypsy suit, though. I had an uncle once. He was a gypsy. Leastways, I've heard Mama say he was one.
And
traveled all over everywhere. Never done a day's work in his whole life, Mama said.
6 and
That's what I like about
7.
gypsies. They don't have to work.
Let's see. Comes to exactly $723.95, Cedric.
Oh, shucks. I thought sure we'd get up to $1,000 today.
Yeah, well, we never made it, and I'm tired of writing. We'll just have to get a mail order catalog, more expensive stuff in it, that's all.
Pioneers and stuff like that.
Yeah. I reckon till then we'll just be satisfied toward this little old cheap stuff.
Yeah, reckon so.
As soon as Lum gets back, why, we'll go over and mail this order in. But don't let him know what we're doing, though.
Oh, no, Mama, I won't.
He's starting getting curious right away, you know. Want to know what our secret magic power is.
He does, huh?
And, he's getting awful curious.
Well, I do know.
I dropped a couple of $10 bills out of my pocket yesterday, and Lum want to know where I got them and how I got them and all such as that.
You never told him, did you?
Oh, of course not. I never breathed a word of it. I wish we had magic power to turn out nickels and dimes on that printing press, too, though, instead of just $10 bills.
Oh, I'd rather have the big money. I just wish it was $100 bills instead of $10 bills. Wouldn't have to do so much printing.
Well, it's nice, all right, but I ain't got a single nickel. And sometimes you need hard money that way. Now, like this morning, for instance, there was a fella on the street selling balloons, and I wanted to get one for little Pearl, but the fella never had no change for a $10 bill, so I just couldn't get it.
Why don't you just give him a $10 bill and tell him keep the change? That's what I always do.
Good, I reckon now that you brung it up. I just ain't used to throwing money away like that.
Oh, it don't make no difference. We can get all we want.
Oh, yeah.
Unless we run out of magic. That's what I'm feared of.
Yeah, wish I'd have thought of it.
All I want's that big money. How much is my share of that stuff we ordered there?
Oh, I don't know. Don't worry about it, though, Cedric. I'll pay for all this. You paid for them things we ordered yesterday.
Well, I want to pay for this, too. I love to spend it.
Well...
Here, I'll give you $1,000. That ought to cover my part.
Well, all right, if you insist. Much obliged, Mr. Wee, huh? Here's $2,000 for you.
Boy, this is fun.
Yeah.
Mr. Peabody, here's $3,000. Wait a minute, though. I ain't got no more money with me.
Huh?
Reckon we better go print up some more.
Oh, no, we can't do it now, Cedric.
Why not?
Well, we got to stay here and watch the store for one thing, and besides, I don't think we ought to print none in the daytime, 'cause other folks might see us and discover our magic power.
That's right, ain't it?
Oh, got to be careful.
I hate to have magic power and not get to use it when I want to, though.
Well, now, just be patient, Cedric. We can keep on printing it up at night like we done last night. We can make enough money that way.
Yeah, but I don't much like doing that at night and then staying around the store all day, too. Don't get no chance to spend our money that way.
No, doggy, that's right, ain't it? We sure don't.
I'd like to get out and travel. I'm just sort of a gypsy, I reckon. I had an uncle once, and Mama said he was...
Wait a minute, Cedric. I believe you give me an ID. Yes, sir. I believe we're wasting our time around this store.
He was a gypsy, Mama said. Never done no work at all, just traveled around everywhere.
Just wasting our time is what we're doing. Cedric, we're going to quit working. We don't need the money. We're rich.
Mom, we sure are.
We'll just give the whole store to Lum, the library, too. Give him everything.
Oh, don't give him the printing press, though.
Oh, no. Of course, it wouldn't do him no good, no way. All he could print on it would be pamphlets, 'cause he ain't got magic power like us.
Just me and you's got it. I kind of feel sorrowful for him.
Oh, it's a shame. Doggies, I wonder what we ever done to get to be magic. Reckon that fella Aladdin could have been one of our relates.
I don't know about him, but I know I'm related to my uncle, though, one that was a gypsy.
Was he sort of Aladdin?
No, he was a gypsy.
Well, I mean, did he have magic power?
Oh, I don't know. I never heard Mama say, but I know he traveled a lot and never done no work, so he must have got his money some way like that.
I know you, Cedric, that's it. He must have been magic just as sure to work, and that's where you get it from.
You reckon so, sure enough?
Why, sure. That power was handed down in the family. That's exactly. Wait a minute, though. What about me?
Mom?
How did I get it? I ain't in your family. Or leastways, I don't think I am.
Well, if I got it from my uncle, maybe I handed it on to you some way or other.
So you did have it first, didn't you? I wonder... Oh, no, I couldn't be.
Couldn't be what, Mr. Adams?
You couldn't be my uncle. You're too young.
Oh, yes, Mom.
Of course, now, I recollect to Aunt Elizabeth that was younger than a niece of hers. I never know exactly how it come about, but... Let me look at you, Cedric.
Look at me. What for?
Uncle Cedric. That sure sounds funny, Uncle Cedric.
I believe I like Mr. Weehunt a lot better, though. Sounds like I'm a lot richer.
Wait a minute. There comes Lum. Hide that money. Put it in your pocket. Don't let him see it.
No, Mom, I won't.
Get it in there. Quick. Better let me tell him about us quitting, too. Don't you try to do it.
Don't let him know about magic power.
Oh, I ain't. Don't worry. Mind out. Here it comes.
Yeah. Wonderful world, Mr. Lum.
Wonderful world.
A wonderful world.
Say, Lum, me and Cedric...
Has the mail come in yet today?
Yeah, but there weren't no mail for us. Cedric's over the post office a while ago. Say,
Lum...
Lum...
Maybe we'd get a hearing from Diogenes today.
Oh.
He said he'd be back in about a week, and here it is 2 weeks already.
Yeah.
You don't reckon nothing's happened to him, do you? An accident or something?
Oh, I don't think so. Say,
I seen
Lum...
that feller Adams down at the barber shop just now, and I asked him if he'd heard anything from Diogenes, and he tried to make out like he didn't know who I was talking about.
Well...
I told him, I said, you know good and well who Diogenes is. The old feller with the lantern looking for an honest man.
Say,
and he
Lum...
said, oh, him. No, I ain't heard from him lately, but I had a nice long letter from Napoleon the other day.
Well...
He's an awful tricky feller, that Adams.
Yeah, Lum, me and Cedric are quitting.
Sure I could get him to admit he was a deputy for What'd you say? Quitting?
Yes, sir, we're quitting. We're going to give you the whole store and library and everything.
Wait a minute. What is this?
It's a truth, Lum. We figured you worked hard and you deserved to own all of it.
Yes, Mom, you worked hard, Mr. Lum.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
just a minute. What is all this prattle-prattle? If I take over the whole store, what are you two geniuses going to do?
Oh, we'll get along. We might just retire, I don't know.
We're going to be gypsies.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. We're going to be gypsies.
And travel all over everywhere.
Oh, you travel everywhere. New York, Little Rock, Africa, everywhere.
Now, just a minute. Don't forget you got to have money to do that.
Well, we got money. Don't worry.
Now, listen, Abner, I know Cedric's got a lot of money. Where he gets it, I don't know. But I ain't going to let you go around spending it for him. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I ain't spending his money. I got money of my own. I can get more than Cedric if I want to. Fact is, I'm going to pay most of Cedric's expenses, and we're going on a trip right away.
Whereabouts you going?
Oh, New York, I think. I'll call the county seat right now and get us tickets on the most expensive train there is to New York.
Wait a minute. Not on this phone you ain't going to call.
Huh?
You ain't a partner here no more. Don't forget that. Go down to Luke Spears' restaurant if you want to call.
Well, all right, I will. Come on, Mr. Weehunt. I'll get the most expensive... Oh, wait a minute. That's a pay phone down there at Luke's, ain't it?
Yes, Mom.
Just a minute, Cedric. Lum.
Yeah?
Would you lend me a nickel to make a phone call?
That music say? Yes, Amos, that music say good health to all from Rexall. The 10,000 independent Rexall Druggists of America proudly present transcribed Amos and Andy's 10,000th radio broadcast. Written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, and featuring Johnny Lee, Lillian Randolph, Madeline Lee, Fred Clark, Herbert Rawlinson, Millie Bruce, Eleanor Harriet, Leo Cleary, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, Amos and Andy. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Freeman Gosden. Today marks the 10,000th time that we have been before the microphone, and again we are very grateful to you. Our good sponsor, the Rexall Drug Company, in honoring this 10,000th broadcast, has asked us to tell you about Plenamins. Well, they are the finest multiple vitamin we have ever encountered. Gentlemen, tonight is quite a memorable evening in the history of Amos and Andy. The 10,000th time they have come before the microphone. And to take you back in spirit to those early days, here is the voice that was so long associated with Amos and Andy, Bill Hay.
Yes, and it seems to me like it was only yesterday I was introducing Amos and Andy. Only yesterday when the boys first came to New York from the South. I remember they took a furnished room up on 134th Street. And the first day Amos came home, he found Andy doing a little figuring.
7 million, 8 million, 10 million.
Yes, I blew. Yes, I blew till Everett was say, Andy, what is you figuring over there, son?
Well, Amos, now that we is in New York, I'm going into broker business. I'm figuring on the money I'm going to make here. I'm counting on being another J. Ping Pong Morgan.
Well, I think Wall Street, Andy, is a little too high for us, son, but I tell you what, we ought to get some kind of job.
Yeah, that's right. We don't want to keep on nibbling on our savings here.
You know, I got the evening paper here. I thought we could look into help wanted ads, Andy, and see what they got in there.
Yeah, give me that thing. Let me see here. Look at this news item here.
You'd say we is exporting cheese to France, and all the Frenchmen is happy about it.
Where do it say that, Andy?
Right here in this headline. Look at there. Thousands cheer as Limburger arrives in Paris.
That's Lindbergh.
Oh.
Yeah, the one ad is inside the paper and toward the back there.
Oh, yeah. Here we is.
Yeah. Say, look at that, Andy. They sure is a lot of ads for taxi cab drivers.
Yeah, you think we could get a job driving a cab, huh?
No, we got $400 saved, Andy, and I was just thinking, maybe me and you could get a cab of our own.
Buy a cab? Amos? Checked and double-checked.
Well, it was soon after this that Amos and Andy met one of their fabulous friends. It was Andy who met him first. One afternoon, Andy joined a crowd on the sidewalk watching a new skyscraper going up in downtown New York.
Boy, they sure puts these buildings up high. Yes, they really up. Hey, excuse me for protruding, mister, but ain't you got hold of my watch chain?
Your watch chain? So I does. Yeah, well, how you like that? Yeah, one of these solid gold cufflinks of mine must have hooked on your watch chain there.
It was lucky I done remembered what my grandmother told me before I left home. I got my watch chain attached to my underwear. As soon as I felt my BVDs creeping up on me, I noticed.
Allow me to introduce myself, stranger. The name is Stephen, George Kingfish Stevens.
Kingfish?
Yeah, they call me that because I is the head of that great fraternity, the Mystic Knights of the Sea.
How you do? I is Andrew Hogg Brown from Marietta, Georgia. You see, me and my friend Amos Jones just got to New York, and we think about buying a taxi. I got $340 right here in my wallet.
Got $340, huh? Thinking about buying a taxi cab, yeah. Now, lucky you run into me, son. It just so happens that I got just the right car for you. Oh, I got
Yes, sir, Amos. There she is, parked at the curb, our new taxi cab.
Yeah, well, I know this fella you call the Kingfish that you met give you a bargain, Andy, but the top of this thing is all sheared right off. Look at there. While you're driving, the breeze is going to come right in there and hit the passengers right in the face.
Well, now, that's all right, Amos. And you know what we can call it? The Fresh Air Taxi Cab Company of America, Incorporated.
Yeah, well, that's good, Andy. Let's start up the thing here and take a little ride. I want to hear that Stutz Bearcat engine, boy.
Yeah, let me open the door here.
Yeah, go ahead. Up with it, Daisy. Pick up the door there, Andy.
Throw it in the back seat. Now, let me get the thing started.
Yeah, start up. Listen to that Bearcat motor.
Yeah, it sounds like the bear is chasing that cat all around it.
Andy, she's boiling over.
Uh-oh, there goes the radiator cap.
There goes the radiator, too, Andy. Look at that, Andy, the flame.
Yeah, let me...
Despite the depression, the boys didn't do too bad with their Fresh Air taxicab. Then, one Sunday after church services, love came to Amos Jones. The minister is standing at the front door of the church talking to a young girl as Amos approaches.
Excuse me, sir. I just want to tell you how much I enjoyed the services today. They sort of hit home with me, especially that part about the golden rule.
Thank you, Amos. You two know each other? Amos Jones, this is Miss Taylor.
Miss Taylor?
Yes, Ruby Taylor.
Yeah, how you do? I'm glad to know you.
Thank you. Same to you.
Well, I hope you'll be here next Sunday.
Yes, I'll be here. Thank you, sir, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Is you going down this way?
Yes.
Mind if I walk with you, Miss Taylor, Ruby?
Not at all, Mr. Jones. Amos.
And it was just about that time that love came to Andy Brown, but in somewhat different surroundings.
You know something? You is about the sweetest, prettiest, gentlest flower that I has ever had the pleasure of running into.
Look, big boy, would you mind sitting still while I can use this manicure?
Yeah, but you know something? You is the cutest hunk of female gender I done eyeballed in a long time.
Listen, you just wasting your time. I'm a widow and I know all about men. When it comes to love, it's going to take a real man to kindle the flame.
Kindle the flame?
Mm-hmm.
Ha, ha, ha. Shake hands with old lamplighter.
You is kind of cute at that. I see you is a sugar daddy. That's my one big requirement.
I can see you as a woman. That is my one big requirement.
Oh, poo-poo-ba-doo.
Oh, rasputin. You know, my name is Andrew H. Brown. What's yours, honey?
You can just call me Madam Queen.
Probably nothing caused as much comment in those days as Andy's romance with the fascinating widow, Madam Queen. 1 month, the wedding was on. The next month, it was off. But finally, back around 1932, something happened that led up to the most exciting event in the lives of Amos and Andy. Andy and Madam Queen signed a marriage agreement in the presence of her attorney.
Sit down here at the desk with me, Amos.
Yeah, tell me this, Andy. How is the wedding coming along, old boy?
Oh, Amos, the wedding is a week from today. I'm finally going to asphyxiate myself with the orange blossom.
Yeah, well, this is something, Andy. Say, I know Madam Queen is a widow, but whatever happened to her first husband, Andy?
Well, he was lost at sea or something. I think he tried to spear a whale and fell off the poop deck.
Well, you know, this marriage to Madam Queen may be all right, but I think I know somebody who's going to take it a little hard, Andy, and that's your secretary. Hey, you've been stringing her along for the past few months.
Yeah, that's right. I better get her in from the back office and tell her the bad news. Wait a minute, I'll call her on my new intercommune system.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though, Andy. You can't signal for her. When you put that buzzer system in, you done got it in backwards. You put the button in her office and the buzzer in here in yours.
Yeah, well, I got it all worked out. Now, watch this. Buzz me, Miss Blue. Now, will you come in here? I hope you don't take this too hard.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Say, Miss Blue, there's something I want to tell you.
I think I know what it is, Mr. Brown. I read in the paper about your coming marriage to Madam Queen.
Well, now, Miss Blue, there ain't no sense getting sore about it. I done signed the marriage agreement in front of the lawyer.
Oh, Andy, I'm not angry. I think you're one of the finest men I ever met.
You does, huh?
Oh, Andy, all my life I'll cherish the memory of the time we spent together. These hours in the office and the way you used to hold my hand. And the way we lingered in the hall over those long good nights.
Yeah. Well, Amos, I wonder how binding that agreement is. Amos, the newspapers and tell them I done give Madam Queen the gate. The nuptials has just been nipped.
Well, if you remember, Madam Queen didn't take the news sitting down. The next Andy knew, she had started legal action.
You mean Madam Queen is going to sue you for breach of promise, Andy?
Yeah, and Amos, I is scared. She has done engaged the law firm of Steel, Stone, Hard Rock, and Flint. Oh, I want to tell you something. That is the roughest combination since Notre Dame let the four horsemen loose, you know.
Is they after you, Andy?
After me, I'll say they is. I has been hiding for 10 days. They're trying to serve me with a summons. I'm scared to go home, and I jump in the closet every time I see a stranger.
Yeah, well, say, wait a minute, Andy. Here comes somebody across the street that might help you know it?
Oh, boy, I need help. Who is it?
It's your old friend, Fred Gwendell, the newspaper man.
Oh, yeah, good old Fred. Let me let him in here. Come on in, Fred, old boy.
Well, there, boys, greetings and salutations. Glad to see you.
I suppose you come over here to get the newspaper story about me busting up with Madam Queen.
No, boys, no. I am through with the newspaper business. Through with the newspaper.
Yes.
Oh, you done give it up, Fred? What happened? Well, the editor wanted me to write a gossip column telling scandal about my friends in town. But I wouldn't do a dirty trick like that to my friend. So I done quit that job. Done quit the job.
Well, now, that's what I calls a gentleman and a true friend. What kind of job you got now, Gwendell?
I was a process server. Here's your summons, Andy. See you in court, boys.
Of Amos and Andy ever got a more exciting grip on the people of America than the trial of Madam Queen versus Andy Brown. It was the Kingfish who got Andy the lawyer. Yes, I remember the day that Andy and the Kingfish walked into the office of the one and only Algonquin J. Calhoun.
Calhoun, excuse me, I didn't know you was busy. Be with you in a minute, boys. I'm on the phone here talking to a client of mine up at Sing Sing. Hello? What's that, lawyer? You say they done shaved your head. And you say they done slit your trouser leg. What's that? The woman said you can have anything you want for supper. Oh, and you want my advice? Well, whatever you do, bub, don't sit down. So long, and I do mean goodbye.
Oh, me. And this is my lawyer, Kingfish Eyes Reguston.
Then, at last, the fatal day arrived. The courtroom was packed with press and spectators. The whole country awaited the fate of Andrew H. Brown as the trial got underway.
The court will now come to order. I'd like to warn the spectators that although this is a highly controversial case, the court will tolerate no emotional outbursts from anyone in this courtroom. Is the counsel for the plaintiff ready?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Is the counsel for the defendant ready?
We ready as we ever gonna be.
Will the counsel for the plaintiff present his case?
Oh, I was scared, Amos. They got an all-woman jury. Look at them sitting there in that box.
Andy, it's their duty, though, to be fair.
Fair. They're sitting up there like 12 cats in front of a rat hole. Believe me, Amos, I is the rat they're waiting to pounce on.
Wait a minute, Andy. Mr. Hard Rock is going to speak now. Wait a minute.
Your Honor, ladies of the jury, we intend to prove that my client, Madam Queen, has suffered the mortification of a woman scorned, the bitter heartache of jilted womanhood, the financial loss of an unsuspecting widow who put her trust in a scoundrel, Andrew H. Brown. I intend to prove to this court and jury that this vicious reptile...
Yes, in the next 2 days, there was a long parade of witnesses for the plaintiff. In the heat of the trial, even some of Andy's old friends testified against him, including, of all people, his old buddy, Brother Crawford.
Now, Brother Crawford, would you please tell the court just what happened when you introduced the defendant, Andrew H. Brown, for the first time to your 21-year-old niece?
Well, he came to call one evening. I introduced him to my niece. My wife and I went into the kitchen to get some coffee for them. And when I returned 3 minutes later, I found him with his arms around her, hugging her.
Did he offer any explanation for his conduct?
Yes. He said he was teaching her the jiu-jitsu.
I see. Well, did you accept that explanation?
Well, all I know is if that was the jiu-jitsu, the Japanese certainly have a wonderful time.
Brother Crawford, your witness, counselor.
And you think I ought to cross-examine him?
Better not, Calhoun. He might tell what happened with the other niece.
No questions, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Queen's attorney left no stone unturned to prove his case that Andrew H. Brown was a philanderer. Even poor Lightning had to take the stand.
Now, Lightning, you were employed as janitor for the Fresh Air Taxi Cab Company at the time a certain Miss Blue was employed as secretary by Andrew H. Brown?
Yeah, sir, that's what I was. Yes, sir.
During the time of Miss Blue's employment, would you say that Mr. Brown spent more of his time dictating to her or making advances?
Well, all I know is that in the 2 years she was there, she asked me to sharpen a pencil only once.
That's all. You may step down, Lightning.
Yeah, sir. I'll whiz on out of here, y'all.
Now, for my next witness, I would like to call to the witness.
Then came the long-awaited bombshell. On the third day, Madam Queen took the stand.
If there's another disturbance while Madam Queen is testifying, I shall order the courtroom cleared. Proceed, Counselor.
Madam Queen, this document marked Exhibit A is the marriage agreement that Mr. Brown signed in my presence, is it not?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Queen. Your witness, Counselor.
And watch me wrap this old gal around my finger. Now, Madam Queen, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Wait a minute, Shrimp. Whose face that you think you is shaking your finger in?
Well,
What's the matter with you? Ain't you learned no manners at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was you from? Up in a reform school?
No, ma'am.
It's something like this. Shaking your finger in my face. Ain't you looking for trouble?
Your Honor.
Yes, Counselor.
If the witness is through with me, she can get out off the stand.
Well, the next day, Madam Queen's attorney rested his case, and Algonquin J. Calhoun took over for the defense. Amos took the stand and did the best he could. And then came the Kingfish.
Thank you, Mr. Kingfish Stevens. I think you have given a glowing account of old Mr. Brown's sterling reputation as far as women is concerned. That'll be all.
Well, let me get down from here.
Stevens, sit where you are.
Oh, me, I was afraid of this.
Stevens, do you know the meaning of the word perjury?
Perjury?
Do you know you can go to the penitentiary for deliberately lying to protect your friend? Do you realize that giving false testimony is a criminal offense? Do you realize that everything you've said here can be used against you? Now, what do you have to say about that?
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Stevens?
How does I go about turning state's evidence?
And on the last day of the trial, the defendant, Andrew H. Brown, took the stand. And he had a pretty rough time of it, especially in the cross-examination when Madam Queen's attorney read Andy's love letters.
Now, just listen to this next one. Honey, baby, sweetheart, darling. You is everything in the world to me, my precious one. When I looks at you, my poor heart melts like hog fat on a hot griddle. I cannot wait until the day I makes you my child bride, sweet baby doll. Signed, Poopsie. Mr. Brown, did you write this letter?
Well, seems like I is and seem like I ain't. But it seem more like I is than it do like I ain't.
I see.
The next day, the testimony was at an end, and the judge made his charge to the jury.
Ladies of the jury, in view of the evidence presented by the plaintiff and the futile attempts of the defense attorney to refute the charges, I can hardly see how the jury can fail to bring in a verdict other than guilty as charged. I hereby order that the jury be locked up until such a time as they can...
Oh, me, Amos, the jury's been out for 2 hours. I don't know what to do. Oh, yeah.
Well, see, listen, Andy. Yeah, here they come back now.
Yeah, they're filing in the jury box. Look at Madam Queen sitting over there. They're going to throw me in jail and everything else.
Ladies of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, we have. We, the members of the jury, find the defendant, Andrew H. Brown...
Holy mackerel, that's Madam Queen.
Hey, look at that. She is fainted.
Yeah.
Somebody do something.
Yeah,
Help her
give her
out.
some water. Yeah.
Come on.
Come on.
Look at her. Stand away.
Yes, when Madam Queen screamed and fainted in the courtroom, people everywhere wondered why she had screamed. Very shortly, the judge spoke to the courtroom, and we reached the turning point of the famous Madam Queen breach of promise trial.
The court has just ascertained why Madam Queen fainted. She fainted because she saw her first husband, the husband she thought had been lost at sea, seated in the back of the courtroom. Therefore, in view of the fact that Madam Queen already has a husband, the suit against Andy Brown for breach of promise is invalid. Case dismissed.
Oh, wonderful, Andy. Andy, congratulations.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Amos. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Look, folks, Mr. Brown is exhausted here. Please stand back there. Yeah, come on over here and sit down, Andy. Come on over here.
Oh, yeah, Amos. I has done in, you know it. I'm going to tell you one thing. I has done learned my lesson. Women's has been the ones that's got me into this mess. Women's has got me into trouble all my life. And I tell you, Amos, I promise you right now, that I ain't never going to look at no woman again as long as I live.
Well, that's fine, Andy.
Excuse me, please.
What is it, miss?
Yeah, you want something?
Well, I've been sitting in the court through the whole trial, and my sympathies have been with you through the whole case. And I just wanted to tell you, I know that a man with such beautiful, soulful eyes just couldn't be guilty. Good evening.
Excuse me, Amos.
Where are you going, Andy?
To find her name and address. That is the cutest honey baby doll I've ever seen in my whole life.
The Amos and Andy Show, directed and transcribed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Edgar Berg and Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
George has given Gracie $25 and told her to buy him some long underwear. But on the way, she passed the shop of Pierre, the famous dress designer. Naturally, we now find her talking to Pierre.
I want a new evening gown, Pierre. The most gorgeous thing you've ever made.
Now, how much is Madame prepared to spend?
Well, all I have with me is $25.
$25?
Well, yes, my husband gave it to me to buy him some long underwear, but my gown is more important. I want to be glamorous. I want to attract more attention than Lana Turner.
Madame, for $25, all the clothes I could give you would be a bow around your waist.
Oh, I don't want to attract that much attention.
The cheapest gown I make is $100.
Well, here, take the $25 as a down payment. You get the rest when the gown is finished.
Well...
Oh, please, I've just got to have the gown, and my credit is the best in town.
Madame wouldn't pull my leg, would she?
Well, anything to get the gown. Stick it up.
Never mind, I'll take a chance.
Oh, wonderful. Now, remember, create something really divine.
Oh, have no fear, Madame. I'll put everything I've got into this gown.
Oh, good. With what you put into it and what I put into it, it ought to be sensational.
Well, back so soon, Gracie? Did you get my long underwear?
No, I couldn't find any.
Oh? Well, give me back the $25.
Oh, I couldn't.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because it's in my shoe, that's why not.
Well, take your shoe off.
Right in front of you?
I've seen you with your shoes off before you.
Why, George Burns, you peeping Tom.
Gracie, I want my $25.
Oh, there's someone at the door. I'll be right back.
Good afternoon, Madame. I've come to take the measurements.
Oh, Pierre, I can't talk to you about the gown now. I'll meet you at your shop in 10 minutes.
Gracie, who is that? What do I hear about measurements?
Well, I guess you've got me. It was going to be a surprise, but I'll tell you. I couldn't find any long underwear in the stores, so I hired this man to make you some. His name is Pierre.
Pierre?
The famous French long underwear maker.
A French long underwear maker?
Oh, yes. He makes underwear for General de Gaulle, and you know how long they'd have to be.
Oh, so you gave him the $25?
Yes. I didn't want to tell you, but now you know. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have to run in and change.
Gee, I'm going to be wearing genuine handmade French long underwear. That's real class. I'll have to shorten my trousers.
Pardon, monsieur.
Yes?
Madame said she would meet me at the shop to give me the measurements, but I'll be at the studio for the rest of the day.
Oh, you're Pierre. My wife told me what you were going to make. I'd like to hear just what you've got in mind.
But of course, monsieur. I plan a gorgeous creation of pale peach satin.
Pale peach satin? That's good.
You can trust Pierre. Now, around the neck will be a delicate frou-frou of lace.
A frou-frou?
Yes. The neckline will be cut low to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of bare white shoulders.
And the neck will have a frou-frou?
Yes.
You're sure you've made these things before?
Oh, it's my life work.
Well, you ought to know what's best. I suppose it buttons down the front, huh?
Oh, no.
Down the back?
No. There'll be no buttons, just one zipper.
Where?
On the side.
But there are frou-frous around the neck.
In the front, nothing should break the simplicity of the drape unless one chooses to wear a rhinestone clip.
I don't think one will.
Well, anyway, monsieur, my creation will be the gayest thing at any party.
Who sees underwear at a social?
Underwear? I'm describing a gown.
Don't need a gown. I'll just sleep in the underwear.
I was speaking of the gown I'm making for your wife.
My wife?
Yes, she gave me $25 down on a $100 evening dress.
I see. Gracie, come in here.
Yes, dear?
Gracie, you're not going to buy any $100 gown from Pierre.
Oh, but George, I only wanted it so I'd look my best when I went out with the handsomest man in Hollywood.
That's me?
Well, sure.
Well, I don't mind if you spend, say, $30. So I'm the handsomest man in Hollywood, huh?
You're the handsomest man in the state of California.
Well, spend $60.
You're the handsomest man in the whole country.
Okay, spend $100.
In fact, you're the handsomest man in the world.
What's that for? You got the dress.
I'm working on a mink coat.
I see what you're doing.
Well, it's breakfast time in the Burns home, and the ham is just coming in from the kitchen. His wife is already at the table.
Good morning, Gracie.
Good morning, dear. Breakfast is all ready.
Good.
Did you notice the new couple who moved in next door?
I'll say. He was out in the yard taking a sun bath this morning.
Yeah. Don't blame you for looking. Guy's got the sort of a figure that women like.
Not me. I'd much rather have your figure.
You would?
Well, sure. If I had his figure, I'd look like a man.
I hadn't thought of that.
George, you know they're newlyweds. Oh, there's someone at the door. I'll see who it is, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. My husband and I have been talking about the new couple next door. They just got married yesterday.
Oh, a fate worse than death.
Oh, Mr. Postman, all marriages aren't like yours. You're not happy because you're henpecked.
Not henpecked, Mrs. Burns. I'm buzzard-battered.
Mr. Postman, if your wife is such a mean woman, why did you marry her?
I didn't know I was getting married. She told me it was a civil service examination.
And it's too late to leave her now. We have 2 children.
2 children?
Yes, Herbert and Chevrolet.
Chevrolet?
Yes, what we really wanted was a new car.
Well, just the same, I'm sure those newlyweds next door will be very happy. Oh, look, you can see them through the window, just sitting down to breakfast. Oh, isn't that romantic? He's holding her chair.
Yes.
Do you hold your wife's chair, Mr. Postman?
Oh, always. If I let go, she beats my brains out with it.
Look, now he's kissing her hand. Oh, I wish George were like that.
Doesn't Mr. Burns ever kiss your hand before breakfast?
Are you kidding? With his appetite, I wouldn't touch my hand near his.
Oh, look, now he's buttering her toast.
Oh, yes. And now he's holding it while she nibbles at it. Isn't that sweet?
Yes. I wish Bertha and I could be that chummy.
Well, maybe you and your wife should do more things together. Share the same interests.
We used to dig in the garden together, but I got worried and made her stop.
Why, Mr. Postman?
She dug a hole just about my size. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, did you see how I handled him, Virginia? Oh, he seemed a little confused. Oh, well, he's been that way ever since he married me. And now, Virginia, I'm going to show you the most important thing of all. How to get money from your husband. But, Mrs. Burns, don't husbands give their wives money without being asked? You're cute. Now, Virginia, let's say that I want $25 for a new hat, which I do. There's one method that never fails. Flattery. Every man loves to be flattered. Just watch this.
Oh, it's you again. What's wrong with you today? You're acting sort of crazy.
Oh, yes, and it's all your fault. You drive women crazy. Crazy with love. You heartbreaker, you.
Well, here we go again.
What woman can call her soul her own after she's looked into your soft beige eyes?
Gracie.
It's like looking into 2 pools of nylon.
Look, Gracie.
Oh, you're so incredibly handsome, George. Oh, if I were only a sculptor. Let the others make statues of Apollo and Mercury and Hercules. You're the man I want to chisel.
Look, Gracie.
Oh, George. Why did Mother Nature have to blow her top on you?
I don't know.
But let's face it, dear. I didn't marry just an ordinary mate.
Believe me, we're in the same boat.
Oh, the strange and tender things that remind me of you. The sight of your tousled hair in the morning. Your strong white feet at eventide. Your girdle hanging on the line.
Yes, tender, yes.
The kindness that shines from your eyes. The warm, generous smile that lights your face when I ask you for $25.
Gracie.
The blur of your hand as it leaps to your billfold. The sudden whoosh of air rushing in as you open it. The soft crinkle of 2 10s and a 5 as you press them into my palm.
Those are the things you like about me.
Yes.
The blur of my hand as I whip out my billfold. Like this.
That's it.
The whoosh of air as I open it. Like this.
Oh, I love that.
The crinkle of 2 10s and a 5. Like these.
Oh, yes, dear. These little things remind me of you.
I'm going to give you another tender little memory to tuck away in your heart.
What, dear?
The merry sound of my laughter as I shove it all back in my pocket.
Oh, but George...
I'm ashamed of you. Downright ashamed. You say you love me, and yet you deliberately flatter me and lie to me to get money.
Oh, I'm ashamed of myself, George. It was a low, sneaky thing to do.
You shouldn't lower yourself for such measly amount of money. $25.
You're right, dear. I'll go out and come back again and try for 50.
Oh, what?
Come right in. You're the little newlywed from next door, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Burns. I'm Virginia Jackson.
Oh, yes. You know, I've been wanting to have a little talk with you. You see, there are certain things that every young girl should know, and I happen to be one young girl who knows it.
I see.
Now, sit down, Virginia. I suppose your mother told you how the bees carry pollen from flower to flower on their feet?
Yes, she did.
Well, I'd advise you to forget that. I tried it, and believe me, it's nothing.
Well, really, Mrs. Burns, I'm sure Jim and I will never quarrel or anything. He's so sweet and handsome, especially in his uniform. You see, he was a captain in the Army.
Oh? Well, George did his bit, too.
Oh, really? What was his rank?
Air Raid Warden Junior grade.
Oh.
George was wounded, but he didn't get the Purple Heart. He sat on his flashlight.
But Jim was lucky. He was overseas for 4 years and didn't get a scratch.
Overseas for 4 years. And how long have you been married?
2 days.
Oh, you do have a problem.
I do?
Oh, yes. If he's been gone for 4 years, it's going to take a lot to reawaken his interest in women.
I really don't seem to be having any trouble.
Better safe than sorry, Virginia. Now, I can tell you how to keep your husband happy from now on. First, remember that a wife must be all things to her husband.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, when he wants a pal, be a pal. When he wants a fascinating siren, be one.
Oh, I wouldn't know how.
Oh, it's easy. Now, George is in the den. You listen, and I'll show you how to be fascinating.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hello, you great, big, strong, wonderful you.
Huh?
How's about a kiss for your ever-loving mama, kiddo?
Kiddo?
That fascinates you, don't I?
What is this anyway? What's going on here?
Kiss me, kiddo.
Gracie, is there something wrong with you?
Haven't had any complaints yet, kiddo.
Look.
You know I'm fascinating. Come on, let's fast.
Gracie, would you like a doctor?
One at a time, kiddo. I'm not through with you yet.
Oh, stop. This has gone far enough.
Seems to me we haven't even started.
Gracie.
Kiss.
Oh, get out of here.
I wish George would act like a newlywed and hold my chair and butter my toast. Maybe he will if I give him a chance. Dearest.
What?
I'm about to sit down to breakfast.
Well?
Well, would you hold my chair for me?
What for? You can't miss it. Sit down.
Yes, dear. George?
Now what?
Butter my toast for me.
Butter it yourself. You got a broken arm?
Hold it up and I'll nibble on it.
Are you nuts?
No, it's fun if the husband holds the toast and the wife nibbles at it.
What do we do with the next piece? Throw it in the bathtub and bob for it?
George Burns, you've got no romance in your soul. You haven't even kissed me this morning.
Okay. There. Now let's eat.
Oh, no, not like that. Kiss me like you used to.
That's exactly the way I kissed you on our wedding night.
You kissed me like that when I was a blushing bride?
Sure.
Wonder what I was blushing about.
Oh, I've had enough of this. I'll see you later. So that's why I came to see you, Bill. Ever since those newlyweds moved in next door, she's been very lovey-dovey.
Oh, well, of course, George. That's it. She wants you to act like a newlywed.
Me?
Well, sure. Leap in the door, pick her up in your arms, and scorch her with burning kisses.
Want me to do that?
Well, in your case, limp in and shake hands.
Okay, comedian, if you don't want to help me.
I am trying to help you, George. Now, why don't you make with the lovey-dovey stuff? You know, that gooey talk.
I'm not good at that. Well, still, you've given me an idea. I like so lovey-dovey that you'll get sick of it.
That might work.
I'll talk real mushy. That ought to make me repulsive, huh?
Well, with the start you've got, how can it miss?
So long, comedian.
Good luck, newlywed.
Why, George, back so soon?
Yes. Great big daddykins hurried home to smother his mamakins with kisses.
Oh, George.
We'll kiss all night and all day tomorrow and all the...
Tomorrow I have a beauty shop appointment to get my eyebrows plucked.
Daddykins will singe them off with burning kisses. Isn't Grad?
No, isn't.
But Daddykins is making like a newlywed.
Well, I like you better the way you were before.
Okay, Gracie.
Well, that's better. Now let's go out to dinner the way we planned.
Good.
Get my coat, will you?
Get it yourself, you cripple. Yes, Gracie?
George, they're going to put on a big musical program in the Hollywood Bowl tomorrow night.
That's nice.
I've always wanted you to sing there, darling.
The birds are sweetly singing, and perfume flowers are bringing, and the wind is blowing as it's passing by. Now I'll do all my singing in the bathroom. My voice belongs in the tub.
You're wrong, George. Your voice belongs in the bowl.
Yes.
Well, thousands of women would jam Hollywood Bowl to listen to you.
Women like my voice, huh?
Oh, yes. Ordinary crooners make their bobby socks quiver, but you shake women in their foundations.
Honey, Hollywood Bowl is for those classical singers, like Nelson Eddy.
Oh, you're much more convincing than Nelson Eddy. Why, when you sing shortening bread, you can actually smell it.
Thanks.
Bill Goodwin is going to be the master of ceremonies at the bowl, and I've invited him over here to hear you sing. So take off your clothes and jump into the bathtub, dear. I've already filled it with water.
I don't need a bath.
Oh, I know, but you sing better there. Bill will think you're Frank Sinatra.
I sound like Sinatra in the bathtub, huh?
No, but you look like him. You sound much better.
Oh, honey.
Well, you do. Anyhow, Frank Sinatra wouldn't dare sing in the bathtub.
Why not?
Suppose the stopper came out.
Hasn't thought of that.
Oh, really, George? You're too modest. You're the greatest singer who ever lived.
Oh, no. Not greater than Al Jolson.
Oh, pooh. You're greater than Al Jolson and Frank Sinatra put together.
Oh, Gracie.
Well, what would you have if you put them together? Just a man down on his knees without the strength to get up again.
You really think I'm that good, huh?
Oh, you're the top. Sing some more to me right now. Open the furnace of your throat and scorch me with a hot lick.
I love you, I do. You're the only girl that I adore. Oh, babe.
Oh, you dynamite sugar throat.
Is that hot enough for you?
Oh, it's just like sitting behind the exhaust of a Greyhound bus.
How soon will Bill be here to listen to me?
Oh, any minute now. So hurry up and jump in that tub full of water.
But, honey...
Oh, here comes Bill. Now, don't argue any longer.
Well, okay.
You'll see. Bill will be enchanted when he hears those glorious notes come pouring out of the bathroom.
I'll hurry. Hi, Gracie. Why'd you call me over?
Oh, well, you'll see in just a minute, Bill.
Well, I haven't got much time to wait, Gracie.
Birds are sweetly singing. Yes, a few flowers are bringing. Yes, the winter's going up to something
There, Bill. Did you hear that?
Gosh, where's it coming from?
From the bathroom.
Okay, get me a plunger and I'll fix it.
Oh, Bill. You know, George, I've just been sitting here looking at you. You ought to be in pictures.
Oh, Gracie, I'm no movie star.
But you could be, dear. You're loaded with sex appeal.
Don't be silly. Movies are for guys like Gregory Peck.
Oh, pooh. How can you compare a Peck to a man who has it by the bushel?
Forget it. I'm not for pictures.
You are, too. You've got everything any leading man on the screen has. Now prove it to you. Just name one.
All right. Charles Boyer.
Charles Boyer. What's he got?
What's he got?
Yeah.
How about those eyes?
You've got just as many.
It's not how many, it's what you do with them. For example, Boyer has a way of dropping his eyes.
Well, you can drop yours. You even have little built-in hammocks for them to drop into.
Look, Gracie, granted I might have a certain amount of charm, but could I handle the acting for a picture role?
I knew you were going to say that, and I'm ready for you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a little scene here that I wrote just for you. You run the entire gamut of emotions in it.
Oh, Gracie,
Oh, what's the matter? Afraid to find out how good you are, huh?
No. All right. Give me the part.
Here. Now, you play a soldier who has just come back from the wars. You have a beard and a bandage around your head, and your eyes are all bloodshot. They'd look gorgeous in Technicolor.
Yeah, I can see it all now.
Mm-hmm. All right, now, I speak first. And give it everything you've got, George.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, my darling, you're home. Home at last. After all these months of waiting, hoping, praying. Tell me, darling, quickly, are you all right? Are you all right?
Yes.
Oh, you've been shot. Yes, I can see it. You're wounded. Oh, my poor dearest. Where did they get you? Where?
Here.
It doesn't matter. I'll nurse you back to health. You'll be well and sound again, my love. You shall have every care. I'll never leave your side for a minute. You'll never be alone again. Never, never, never.
Gee.
Oh, darling, seeing you again is so wonderful. I'm afraid I'm going to cry. Oh, well, I mustn't cry. Laugh, that's what I should do. Oh, you see, George, you're dynamite.
Yes, I'm dynamite.